Hey, thanks for clicking on the video. If you're looking for all the various segments, we start off the stream with the lead, which is Battlefield 2042, Problems Continue. That'll be right after this little intro. But the other segments, if you're looking for the Skull and Bones leaked gameplay details, or if you're looking for the Splitgate 100 million that they received or raised, I will use timestamps below in the description, and you can use those to get to those various segments. If you like live streams, I'm a safe for work broadcaster. You can use the subscription button and the bell button to make sure that you don't miss out on the content so you're here live. I also do gameplay in the afternoons. But we like to kick off the show with the lead story, and this is an SNTR update. The Battlefield 2042 leak surprised many people, even though it is a short window, and it has a lot of folks concerned about the timing, with Call of Duty also launching. And I personally think there are about 3 different sort of avenues to look at this. There's bad reception, there is bad comparisons, as well as a bad situation. I'm going to outline those for you now, but it was delayed until November the 19th. If you like these short update videos, please be sure to hit the subscribe and bell button so you don't miss those videos, and smash the like button. Check out the links below to where I live stream. So the bad reception that I want to talk about, I want to talk about the fact that this game had an alpha and a beta already, and it was met with mixed feedback and criticism from the player base. Now, the criticism ranged from things about the gameplay to the specialists themselves to technical problems. And technical problems in an alpha and a beta are expected, but given how many people pre-ordered this game, it can put a bad taste in your mouth when the first experience you have is buggy and is bad. We all know that player expectations are not always reasonable, so people going into an alpha or a beta should anticipate there being bugs and problems. That's kind of the reason that they're doing the alpha and the beta, but it extended beyond that. People were taking issue with the gameplay, and lastly, folks took issue with the specialist system. Some even said they wanted to see it completely retooled and reworked, which I actually think led to a really bad comparison, and it may have played a role here. An article surfaced comparing Battlefield 2042 to Team Fortress with its specialist system, and that's probably one of the worst comparisons that they could ask for. That's not the kind of game that they're trying to build. That's not the kind of vibe they set with any of their trailers or their gameplay. The announcement of Battlefield Portal got everybody very excited for the customization, personal sort of party element, but the main identity of the game needs to be well established and retained, and being compared to Team Fortress probably was not what they were looking for. When you design something in a vacuum and you test it internally, it's never going to land exactly how you want, and it seems like the specialist system has suffered the same fate. From criticisms to complaints to downright unwanted comparisons, it seems this system may have gotten off to a bad start, which is not good because the specialist system is woven into the seasonal ongoing format of the game. They want people to continue to play this game, and the specialists were lined up to come out and unveil themselves like in a new season, and that was kind of how they were going to tell the story. That was sort of how they answered the call of like, hey, there's no campaign, there's no story, and they said, well, the specialists are going to come with every season. So the fact that it was criticized for its influence and for how it worked, people said it needs retooled, it needs remade, and then it gets compared to Team Fortress, that probably didn't help either consumer confidence or even developer and publisher confidence in the game. Lastly, bad situation. This has nothing to do with Battlefield or timing. It's not even really their fault. It's just very unfortunate. The Michael K. Williams death was sudden, it was unexpected, and it was tragic, and it likely could be playing a role here, given he's in the game as more than just a voice actor. He's actually in the game. Like, they put him in the game. This is something they do new now. When they get really well-known or recognizable actors, they put them in the game. They just debuted a trailer last month featuring his character, and it's very clearly him, and now he's recognizable even more so because of the recent death, which again is it's unfortunate. It was tragic and sad, and this could be creating an awkward and unfortunate situation for the game, given the timing, the setting, the themes. We don't know what happens with the character, anything plot-wise, anything that may be going on. It may be a very sensitive thing to have a recently deceased actor in your game portrayed in good, bad ways. We don't know. So bad reception, bad comparison, and a bad situation, I think all fundamentally led to this delay, and we're going to have to wait to see how it plays out with Call of Duty in the ring as well. If you like these short video game updates, be sure to hit subscribe and the bell button, and I'll see you in the next one. And if you guys are here this morning, thank you so much for being here. It's so hard for me to track how long it takes me to do that because I'm not recording it and I don't have my like little recording timer going. So I was like, I hope that was 4 minutes. I need to come up with a way to do that. It really puts me out of sorts. I'm like, I think it was at like 1 minute and now we're 5 minutes in, so that would mean that it's 4 minutes. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you guys so much for being here. Yeah, we kick off the show now with the lead topic. We want to have that as a really clickable video later if people want to watch the past broadcast, if people are interested in the subject. But we have multiple subjects on the thumbnail and in the lineup today, things that I have opinions on. The Skull and Bones gameplay details leaked, as well as the Splitgate raised $100 million. And the Battlefield delay, I didn't want to talk about it from the perspective of like, well, delays are good. You know, I wanted to talk about it considering all of the various factors that may have went into it, as well as you got to consider Call of Duty. You know, the Call of Duty Vanguard now, I believe, I didn't want to say it in the video and be wrong, but this is releasing November 19th. Call of Duty Vanguard, is not out yet, is it? It released August 27th? That's not true. When is the full game release? Oh, November the 5th. Call of Duty Vanguard release date's November the 5th. So yeah, you're now a couple of weeks behind Call of Duty, and I think that's going to play that could play a role here. That could hurt them just a little bit. I mean, obviously the titles are very, very different. The music is a bit loud. It's actually lower than normal. It's just different. Let me switch. It's chiptune, and chiptune's probably going to break through and be a little too loud because of how it's made and the kind of octaves and notes that they use. So November the 5th, I mean, you're talking now, you know, let's do a poll here, all right? Battlefield 2042, November 19th. Let's see. Will the delay hurt more because of COD? Yes or no? Do you think it's going to hurt more, or it's not really going to be a factor? Battlefield 2042, will the delay hurt more because of COD? So Call of Duty is getting to hit the ground literally 14 days before, a full 2 weeks, okay? Now, that could play in your favor. Because that's plenty of time for people to see Call of Duty, experience Call of Duty, and say, well, you know, we've already played enough, or we didn't like it, or I played through the campaign, or whatever, and then they can go over and play, you know, Battlefield. The sense that like Call of Duty would, you know, be in a position to say, you know, you've now sampled everything that we have, and Call of Duty Vanguard getting terrible reviews. Like I just made a video saying I think that the open beta was a mistake. I don't think they should have done it. I think that I don't think their product is that fresh. I don't think it's that new, and they should have made people wait. You should have made people wait until November to see it and play it. Like letting people see it this early, I feel like that was a mistake that Call of Duty made. But now the advantage that they have is you're going to have a lot of Battlefield 2042 fans that are like, well, I guess we might as well get Call of Duty. I mean, while we wait, Call of Duty's not getting my money for rehash trash. Yeah, a lot of people are taking that stance. They're like, Call of Duty doesn't even feel like they're doing anything new. Yo, what's good, Feed? Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm hyped, but also not hyped at the same time for Battlefield. I need to get a hands on the beta first. I've not seen a lot of great response to the Battlefield 2042 alpha or the Battlefield 2042 beta. I've not heard great things. It's been a lot of mixed. it's been mostly negative. I've not seen a whole lot of positive coming out from those alphas and betas. And I mean, clearly they're delaying the game. Either the trend of feedback wasn't good enough. Maybe there were too many problems. I don't know. Maybe they need to retool the specialists. Battlefield hasn't had a beta yet. I thought they did an alpha and then the beta. When is the beta? I thought they've done both already. I know they did an alpha. When's the beta? Thank you for the 10 spot UK Stobbs. Hey Lono, I watched your epic Returnal Biome 3 boss battle last night. Well done getting it done finally. Such a gorgeous game, and oh, the soundtrack. Oh yes, that was such a good fight. Beta is supposed to be this month. Oh, okay. So just the alpha. I thought there was already a beta. I thought they did an alpha, and then they did like a real quick NDA beta, but that the feedback was still getting like leaked. Like they did like an NDA private one, like a closed beta. I thought they'd already done that. In any case, if the feedback on the alpha was bad and the beta hasn't even happened yet, then clearly the rumor is 22nd and then 24th for the open. Okay. Everything's been closed. A month delay, a month before is nothing. It's too late in the game to remove Michael. I don't think they're going to try and remove him. Maybe there's scenes, maybe there's dialogue, maybe something happens with his character and they're just going to remove it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's touchy, right? I mean, I liked the guy. I think it's tragic, but it's touchy when you're in a movie or a game and you have a sudden passing like that. What if he dies in the game? Like that'd be a little touchy, wouldn't it? Like that would. I don't know. They may be nervous about that. In the realm of like people might think it's like really insensitive, or man, this guy just died and you got him in the game, and you're doing this and this and that and the other with his character. You got to kind of tread lightly when something like this happens, and it could be related. I don't think that's the main reason. He was the focus of a short film. He may have a large role in the game. I don't think his death was the main reason, but it's hard not to think that it is a reason. Like, it's in there, like, hey, we're not getting the greatest feedback. We got this awful comparison. People are comparing the Specialist to Team Fortress. Like, that's not what we want. And now we've got a beta around the corner, Keep the character so his memory lives on. It just depends on how it's portrayed. Imagine being family members and being like, man, our baby boy is dead and he's in your game and you're shooting him up, or he dies in the game. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's touchy. You want to be respectful, but at the same time you want to be like, look, he believed in this project. He was a part of this project. We have to continue on. It's not as simple as like, well, just roll it. I think it's a little bit touchier when you have a game like this. If it would have been a dramatic role, or if it would have been like a movie or a TV show, a lot of times those are filmed and then they hit way later. And this was very, very close. And I know that sometimes you just have to roll with it and be like, sorry, we're not trying to be insensitive. We have to go forward with the project. We have to go forward with the film or the TV show or whatever. Good morning, Mo. Could be as simple as his voiceover work wasn't completed yet. It's possible. I mean, down to the wire, though, I wouldn't imagine he'd be still doing voice work. What's good, John Hall? Like, what if there's something in the game? What if his character, in the game is doing something with drugs? I mean, again, that's just a little bit too close to the mark there. You gotta be sensitive. You gotta be respectful. Not that we are trying to be overly sensitive. We're just trying to be sensible, I think. The music was different. I think it works for short little trailers and stuff, but I don't think it works for background music. So I switched off the chiptune stuff. It was, I think it was a little bit too attention grabbing. It needs to be background music, Good morning, Christina. Let's see. His narrative will have to be changed. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to have to change his narrative. The poll is right down the middle. You guys that are voting, 107 votes already. Battlefield 2042, will the delay hurt more because of Call of Duty? Like, will the timing here hurt? For those of you that aren't aware, it's a perfect 2-week window, right? Is the actor who died Omar in The Wire? I want to watch The Wire because I've heard so many good things. Yeah, Omar. Yeah, I've never gotten to watch it, but yes, that is him. And I've heard he's very good in The Wire. So, too soon. Yeah, he wasn't making a joke. He was literally saying, like, what if in the game he's doing stuff with drugs? I mean, that it's always tragic when someone passes and that's the reason. It's sad because more than likely they had a lot of demons and a lot of issues going on if that's how they went. There was a party in LA recently where that happened, like a bunch of comedians, like it was an accident, just trying to have a good time, they thought, and it was really sad to read. We got a comment here from Edgar. You guys can submit comments and questions to have them blasted up on the screen like this with the question command if you want, and we appreciate those of you that do that. He says early access has bad reputation and is mostly used by smaller devs. These games get feedback throughout the making of the game. Should these AAA games go through early access for early feedback? Well, I think early access is a double-edged sword. Okay, I think it's a double-edged sword because you give people the opportunity to test the product, and that's a good thing. You do. Hey, we're really confident in our product. We're going to literally let you play it early. Right? You let people jump in. You do a beta, you do an alpha, you do whatever, right? And it can be a good thing, but there's two sides of this sword, right? In one direction, the sword swings and it gives people confidence or it exposes them to something, and they're like, I'm going to check this game out. I'm going to check this game out. Imagine if Outriders wouldn't have been on Game Pass. There were a lot of people that played the beta that were like, I wasn't really going to pay any attention to this game, but that beta was pretty fun, right? And they would have went and bought it. But the other direction that it swings is if you have any problems, anything rough, anything that just doesn't land quite right, that's it. Those people are gone. They're not going to buy your game. The ship has sailed. The dilemma of letting someone play your game for $0 is it doesn't take much to get them to walk away from the game, right? Google Beats, you have to put the exclamation point in front of the Q. You guys can do what Google Beats is doing there. You can use exclamation point Q instead of exclamation point question, whichever you want to do. So there's two sides of the blade. Anytime you do a beta or an alpha or early access, two sides to the blade. And you got to be really, really careful. You do. You got to be really, really careful. And we got another question here from Maddie Jarvis. You guys are really interacting with that feature today, so we're going to have to plow through these to make sure people don't wait too long to get a response from me. Do you think Call of Duty would benefit from taking a year off instead of pushing the same old out every year? I think that they know exactly how to handle this, and I think that that's why they do it with the way that they do it. You get Black Ops Cold War, and then you get World War II. And there are lots of rumors circling already that the next Call of Duty will be a Modern Warfare. Well, they developed, it was actually pretty brilliant. Call of Duty developed, so when Modern Warfare hit, okay, and then we went back to World at War, and then we went back to Modern Warfare, I think they suddenly realized that they had struck gold. They created two very ravenous fan bases for one franchise. So every year they could be like, let's release a different version. This year it's a modern version, next year it's a World War version. So they were just bouncing back and forth between the two. And it worked for a while, right? It worked for a while. Because the first Black Ops was a step back. So when you got done playing Modern Warfare 2 and you went and played Black Ops, you were like, oh, this is a step back. It's not World War, but it's older, right? I think it had like the Vietnam era feel to it, okay? So they, I think, rather brilliantly are doing that again. They're saying, well, those of you that like Warzone, those of you that like Cold War, we love that you love that, but there's a lot of people that love the classic Call of Duty look, the classic Call of Duty feel. The World War II era is very, in some people's minds, it's very synonymous with Call of Duty. And so I think it's brilliant. I think there's going to be a bunch of people that buy Vanguard purely for the campaign, purely for that era and that time and that vibe. They just like it. They eat that up. They loved Medal of Honor when it came out, you know, and that is a game type that they enjoy. And then there's going to be a bunch of you that say, no thank you, and you're going to go back to Warzone. You're going to go back to Cold War, you know. There are a lot of people that don't play the Black Ops titles but love Modern Warfare. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So I think it works. I think it works in their favor. You're saying that they're shoving out the same old, but from the perspective of the consumer or fans of Call of Duty, they're like, this isn't the same old. What are you talking about, dude? No way. This is good stuff here. You know, this is what I've been waiting for. Wait, Vanguard's a new game? I thought it was a new mode. No, it's a whole new game. With a campaign. They showed campaign footage like a week ago, and it looked incredible. It looked awesome. You know, sneaking through buildings. You're some girl whose dad was a sniper, and you pick up his sniper and bring it with you. Pick up his sniper rifle and bring it with you. Like, it looked really, really good. It's not just a new mode. Whole new game. New era, new campaign, new maps, new modes. They've got this mode called Champion Hill that's new, that they debuted already. Thank you guys for already giving us 100 likes. If you're new and want to talk in the chat, you got to be a subscriber. So be sure to hit subscribe. Be sure to take that poll at the top of the chat, and then all the commands down here in the corner of the screen are the ways you can support. We'd love to see more members over here. Help us unlock those emotes. A lot of you came over from the other channel. You can keep your membership in either place. It's totally fine. Get your coffee orders in. We had like 6 coffee orders yesterday. Thank you. My wife printed the labels last night, and those coffee orders will be going out today. That is how quick we ship it. I've been checking my phone to make sure there haven't been any coffee orders. If you order the coffee, let us know. I can pull up the email and be sure to give you that shout out. Am I trying Deltarune tomorrow? I don't even know what that is. I've not heard of that until just now. T-Bone says, better to be delayed than to have another Battlefield 4 launch with half of the features not even finished. Well, I don't. You think a month is going to be enough time for them to fix, you know, major issues or major problems? I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in that being the case. I really don't. I would be worried that this is mainly for maybe debugging, and then if they're trying to do something big with the specialists, that doesn't seem like enough time. You know, if I had to put if I was putting chips on the table as to what they were trying, if they're reworking anything, if they're fixing something, it's the specialist system. Based on all the feedback I read, the feedback that thinks this needs completely reworked and retooled. You got a guy from PC Gamer comparing it to Team Fortress 2, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. If I'm not saying that they are making big changes, but if they were setting their sights on doing something significant, doing something pretty big, I would say they're probably going to set their sights on the specialists. I'm not saying I think it is major, Greg. No, it could just be polish. Maybe the alpha unveiled way too many bugs and problems. This could be a bug hunt, man. Could be a bug squashing, effort. We got to get rid of these bugs, man. This is not going to work. We can't have people playing launch week and this stuff going on. Like, I didn't see a super long list of problems from the alpha. I saw that there were issues. There were technical issues and server issues. And then there was gameplay criticism. And then people were saying that the specialists need to be reworked, right? I don't think the specialists need work, and they don't want to release with Call of Duty and Halo. But what do you mean? They are releasing with Call of Duty. They're releasing 2 weeks after it now. They're doing the exact opposite of not releasing with Call of Duty. They're now releasing in its wake. They're releasing in its wake, and then right around the corner is Halo. They're sandwiched in between. Do you remember a little title by the name of Titanfall 2 that launched sandwiched in between two big titles? It didn't go well for Titanfall 2 when that happened. This isn't good. The timing is not. I don't think it's a good place to land right before the holiday. You know, you got people traveling, going to see family, or but people do play a lot over the holidays because they have time off. So that's kind of a mixed bag, right? When we get info on Hazard, yeah, I thought we were already supposed to have info on the Hazard mode. I thought that was already supposed to be something that had taken place. Does anybody think Halo will get delayed too? I might be jaded now that Dying Light got delayed. Here's the difference with Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite waited a really long time to tell you the launch date, and they literally just told it to you like 2 weeks ago. So I think out of the bunch, Halo Infinite's the least likely to get delayed. When you got Dying Light telling you all year, yep, December, I'm like, it sounds like you're trying to convince yourself. This isn't... Why do you keep reassuring me that it's hitting in December? You know what I mean? Halo's the last man standing. I mean, not necessarily, because Call of Duty, Battlefield, and Halo are all landing this year, as long as Battlefield lands in 2021, right? This is Battlefield we're talking about, not a newer IP like Titanfall. Doesn't matter. It's the logistics and the economics of it, T-Bone. The logistics and the economics of a giant title like Vanguard landing, and then Battlefield landing 2 weeks later, and then when you get 2 weeks later, you know what a lot of people are going to say? Good, I don't know, man. Halo's right around the corner. The only thing in their corner economically is that Halo's multiplayer is totally free, and Halo's campaign is free for Game Pass owners. So a lot of people aren't going to have to spend any money to play Halo. That's in their corner. Anytime you're sandwiched between big titles, it's rough. Because you have people that are going to buy the first one, people are going to buy Call of Duty, and then they're going to be like, well, I can't buy every game that comes out. I bought Call of Duty. I have to wait. I allot so much money to buy games, and for November, I bought Call of Duty. And then, a couple of weeks after Battlefield hits, Halo's landing, and that could be another thing that people are like, well, I think I'm gonna play Halo. I'm not saying that Battlefield is gonna have, they're gonna be a failure, but I think their commercial success will be, to some degree, hindered by this timing. It's more about the window. It was like what I said yesterday about, well, Dying Light got delayed to February, okay? If Dying Light can land at the beginning of February, they might be okay. But they're landing right after, okay? They're landing right after Elden Ring, and then right around the corner is Horizon Forbidden West. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough on Dying Light, right? Congrats on your big win yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good morning, Roger. You also have a glut of huge films competing for your money. In November, I've not been paying attention to movies, I haven't been paying attention. To some degree, to a degree I can agree on that. I am not pulling the fire alarm and being like, "Oh no, this is bad. This is going to be terrible." That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying, I don't know, man. This could hurt. This could hurt Dying Light. This could hurt Battlefield. It's one thing to delay. It's another thing to delay to is it unideal? Is that a word? It's not ideal. It's not an ideal launch window, right? It's not an ideal launch window. I'm going to have to save my vacation for February instead of December. I'm going to buy still. I don't mind waiting. I was around for the Battlefield 4 launch. If anything, hopefully that isn't a big issue as it was last. Delays happen more often than not now, just the way that it is. Yeah, to me, I'm not taking issue with the delay. It's the timing. Big win? Oh, my big win was, it's not what you would hope it would be. I beat Biome 3. First try, beat Biome 3. Not my first try ever, but the first time I ever stepped foot in the boss's room, and I beat him. It was amazing. It was almost a 20-minute fight. I went and looked at the timestamps. It was like an 18-minute fight. Unfriggin' real. Just my gun was so garbage. I'm really enjoying that. We're considering a few things. So those of you that are new or maybe even a long-time viewer, we're trying to find time in the day for a slot where I could work on games in order to finish them. I didn't get to go back to the Ghost of Tsushima's director's cut, and you guys know that I love that game. Today, you know what I said? I said, screw it, we're going back to Deathloop. I want to work on that game, right? So we're trying to find a way. Oops. I'm deafened in the Discord. Quiet day in Discord? Yeah, not as many people are using it. We're trying to find a way to do that, right? Just chipping away at the boss. Oh my gosh, yes. It was like death by 1,000 paper cuts. It was like I was literally shooting him with staples. It was like, he'll die eventually. Like, oh my word. Lisa with 2 S's sends her regards. That's another example of a game we need to make space for, right? What am I going to do when New World comes out or Horizon Forbidden West? Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to put the time in. But there's going to be other games launching. There's going to be other things that we want to do. There's video game voting. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what we need to do. We're going to have to make some space here, you know? Your idea for game guide series done badly sounds amazing. That would be a pretty fun comedic shtick, I think, to get into. But you've really got to understand a game in order to do that. It's like when someone sings poorly as an actor, right? Like, that usually means they can, you know? Terrible weapon RNG. Oh, yeah. I had awful weapon RNG. Now, I had good item RNG. The only reason I survived that fight was because Eugene was like, you need to get that item that heals you when you're low. And the boss couldn't do enough damage in quick succession to kill me. It would take me down to death's door, and I would slowly heal. Take me down to death's door, and I would slowly heal. It was like a friggin' cheat code. You know what I mean? No, I can't play off stream. That wouldn't work. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. We got to figure out where to slot this. So, Radical submitted a question about one of the topics today. Big paydays aside, does Splitgate stand a chance in a PvP market with franchise with devout gamers? Call of Duty, Halo, Battlefield. So, in my SNTR update today about the Splitgate $100 million, right? My concern is that they're losing focus, and I'll tell you why when we do that. You got to wait if you want to hear my thoughts on that, but I'll give you a sneak peek on something. They got to launch before Halo does. They have to have their official launch, before Halo. I'm telling you, if it'd be one thing to launch, ramp up, get momentum, get players, get going, okay? And then Halo launches, okay? But if you launch in the shadow of Halo Infinite, boy, oh boy, that's going to be rough. That will be rough. It's one thing to have an exodus. There will be an exodus. Splitgate players will largely dip for a time when Halo Infinite comes back. Or comes out. And here's the thing. A lot of people are going to say, I actually like Splitgate more. And there are going to be people that are going to say, yo, I like this more than Splitgate. That'll happen. That storm is a whole lot easier to weather if you launch before Halo Infinite launches. You see? I think you should play more games that you like. It was more enjoyable watching you play Returnal than Fist. I liked playing Fist. What do you mean? I had a good time with Fist. Thank you for the new subscriptions. Everybody hitting the subscribe button this morning if you're new. You do have to wait like a minute before you can talk in chat. We're just doing that because there's these bots that have been pestering us, and it keeps the chat clean. So, After seeing your video on Gas Station Simulator, I purchased it and was not disappointed. How good is that game? Like, you hear me say that and you think I'm joking. Gas Station Simulator is bizarrely enjoyable and addicting. Like, I wanted to keep playing. I wanted to keep playing. It made no sense. It made absolutely no sense. And yet, I wanted to keep on going, you know? Split can potentially survive solely off of Sony users. That is true. That is true. If their projections on the Sony platform are good, if people are buying, purchasing, all of that. Is it co-op? No. We need something for Friday, Hilly. We do. Creature's going to look at some games today. I told him it needs to be third person at the least. Third or first person. We need to be able to see our characters. Or first person works, because Sea of Thieves worked. First or third person. We need like action adventure. You know? Games where we set out and do something. And it's kind of like laid back and whimsical. So we can laugh and, you know, ha ha ha. I can't be like mouth breathing after 2 beers, like trying to figure out some algorithmic puzzle. Like, and then you're in the corner, like, you know, playing in the dirt. Like, that doesn't work. Why not casually play like you do in D2? Go to orbit when Q&A happen. Truth of the matter is, MJ, I don't think that works for a variety of reasons. I had 4 or 5 years of comfort. I could mindlessly play that game and talk. That doesn't work in a brand new game. I get quiet. You know what I mean? YouTube updated chat on mobile. It's no longer on top. Yes, the mobile updates for YouTube are excellent. Both Android and iOS got very, very nice updates for mobile. Yeah, people were saying scrap mechanic. I just don't want it to get too complicated, Zach. You know what I'm saying? It's always like, haha, goofy, hee, and then all of a sudden I'm trying to tie 18 different things together, and I'm like, and we're trying to get out protractors. Do you know what I'm saying? In the dirt mucking about. That's right. Yeah, stop mucking about. That's, you know, that's pretty much it. Am I the only one excited for Skull and Bones? The Skull and Bones gameplay leak, the details, I don't know, man. It sounds like it's drifting toward like a pirate sim game. I don't know. Yeah, I'm a little. There will be people that like it. I don't think it's going to be the original people they were targeting with the game, though. I don't think so. You passing Biome 3 was content gold. I really enjoyed it the most out of all the games I've watched you play. I don't like Returnal. Thanks for keeping me into the game. Well, that's one of the reasons we want to make space for that. That's not... You can't... Right? You cannot go back to... You can't go back to games like that consistently on a channel because people are like, why are you playing this ancient game? Why are you spending 3 weeks on God of War? But if we have a time slot for it, no worries. We do our talk show, we talk the news, we play a relevant game, we do video game voting for the members, and then there's this sacred time slot for like, there's a new game, he's going to hack away at it. Whether it's New World, Halo Infinite, Horizon Forbidden West, God of War, like, I would like a playlist of complete plays, right? I would like a playlist of me playing a game to completion. We don't have that right now. So we're trying to navigate that. We're thinking through some things. We threw out the idea of starting the show at 8, which I just don't know if I can do that. But if we started the show at 8, we could shave... You guys are going to hate me. You could shave an hour off, you know, and I could go 8 to 11, and we just bought me a bunch of time for like basically 2 gameplay streams in the afternoon. We're batting around ideas. We're not going to make any significant changes right now. We're not going to make any significant changes, but we're going to have to make some chessboard moves because there's no space right now for games like New World or Halo, games that I'm going to play on a regular basis. It's like we don't have any space for them right now. You play them the day they're hot, and then you generally move on, and that's fine as long as I've got time and space to go back to it. So we'll figure it out. Don't Don't panic. Don't panic. I know you guys love your live show. I know you love your radio show, and a lot of you are members. You know, I got to tell you, if you like the live show, if you like being here in the mornings, I need you to consider doing two things. Start supporting gameplay in the afternoon, even if it's just for a little while, okay? And consider becoming a member. If you're a paid member already here or on the other channel, ignore that second part. Ignore that second part. But if you're not a paying member, consider it, okay? That really, really helps put us into a position to do. What we're doing is a slow build, and we need you guys to hold the scaffolding up, okay? So, got another question here from Silent Warrior. Now with Battlefield 2042 and other AAA games being delayed, would it be safe to assume most games will experience some sort of delay? Do you think New World will have the same fate? I mean, New World already delayed once, my man. You might not even be aware of it because it's happened so many times. You've forgotten. There have been so many delays for New World that you're forgetting. It's been delayed like 3 times. Hold the line, he means. Wait, is that what he said here? Do you think New World will have the same fate? No, he's asking, will New World get delayed? No, yeah, I read his comment correctly. Yeah, they've already gone through a couple. By the way, if you like my Megatron shirt, it's a Scarface Megatron shirt. This comes from 80s Tees. Be sure to support by going to 80s Tees. If you guys like t-shirts, go to 80stees.com. You can use the shirt command. Be sure to use code Lono. Same thing with the displays back here. You got to use the link, though. I don't have a code. You use the display command or the link below or whatever if you like those metal posters on the wall. I don't know. I think New World is okay, right? You mean hold the line subwise? Well, not just subwise, like, you know. I watched a really interesting video yesterday about YouTube, and it was a YouTube engineer, and he said, everybody wants the high five of getting subs. He's like, but what you really want is people subbing because they want to come back. He's like, so you need to frame it in that way, like hit sub, hit the bell button so that you come back and can watch more content. Don't just ask for subs so you can hit a milestone and a high five, because if all these people sub and don't watch, that's not good for you. He's like, a lot of people, that's what they think of a subscription on YouTube is. Like, they're high-fiving the YouTuber, like, good job, man, click, subscribe, like following somebody on Twitter. You should hit subscribe and the bell button so that you continue to consume the content. I don't want your high five, I want you hanging out. Does that make sense? So, I thought it was very insightful. It was very insightful from an engineer about like how to frame just saying, hey, sub to the channel. It's like, no, hit sub, hit the bell button so you don't miss the content. Like, that's why you're subscribing, you know? I try to frame it in that way. That's the reason you're clicking that button. But to answer Silent Warrior's question, I think New World is going to land when they said it is. I do. I don't know if you could delay, like, Kena Bridge of Spirits is one of the only games I've seen delay like 3 weeks to 4 weeks, and then they're like, we're gonna need to do that again, another 3 to 4 weeks, right? Like, I don't know a lot of games that are gonna want to do that. So when New World opted to delay, I think that's it. Like, that's the date. They're like, no, pick a date. When can we? Okay. Don't tell me September the 14th if it ain't going to work. Pick a date that we know can work, right? You don't get a newspaper subscription and never read it. That's why I think that the brilliance of calling it a subscription, back when they built YouTube, I think it's brilliant to call it that, right? So you're saying that a lot of that weight on the other channel. Oh my, you have no idea, Ashen. You have no idea. It's unbelievable. I want to be able to press a button that just says, anybody who hasn't watched in 6 months, and just unsub them from my channel. I feel like you should be able to do that as a content creator, personally, on YouTube. You should be able to set a time parameter and say, if they've not engaged in this window, I don't want them sub to the channel anymore. Like, I should be able to purge my own subs. I would love that. I would love that. Like, I feel like YouTube should love that. Like, You want a more accurate read on the person, and that's not an accurate read when they're subbed to like 8 channels and they haven't watched 6 of them in a year. That's not an accurate read. You know what I mean? Now, you could ping them. You could get a little ping and it'd be like, hey, you're going to be unsubscribed from this channel because you're not watching it. Do you want to stay subscribed? And they could be like, well, no, I want to stay subscribed just in case they do something that I'm interested in 10 months. But I guarantee you that would help. You know what I mean? They used to do it, but by weird algorithms. Yeah. Imagine how many PewDiePie subscribers will be deleted if it happened. I thought they'd do something like that if you sub, but you never visit the channel. I don't know. I'd love to be able to do that for my channels that I'm sub to. The Tim Ferriss way of cleaning the mail list. That's right. That's exactly right. Just push a button. Get out of here. Yeah, that guy's, his explanations were very helpful. It was really confirming of like, oh, so it's like it's like the doctor telling you why you're dying. That's morbid. Oh, that's why I'm dying. Oh, okay. Well, now that I know, I feel better. I feel better already. You have to laugh through the pain, chat. I haven't put on my display yet since I just don't know where I want them. It's tough, isn't it? It's picky. It's a picky thing. I thought about that when I got mine. I was like, well, if I wasn't doing this, I don't know where I would put them, you know? I'm sorry, I need to rephrase that. I don't know where my wife would let me put them. I need to clean my subscription list. I'll go and do that, I think. Haha, thanks. Yeah. Once I went back to a Halo channel that turned into a Nerf gun channel 6 years later. Well, now that's a mind job right there. Like, what the frick happened here? What's good, Snow? Oh, my lands. Let's go to the next question here. Google Beats says, do you think the early release for people who pre-order the gold and the gold and up edition will make the launch feel weird or too spaced out for the player base? You get it a week early. It's going to sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth right now, but I assure you, I am not. I am okay with people getting early access to a beta when they pre-order. Why? They're a committed consumer, and I think that that's totally fine. That's a totally fine way to treat them. You're committed. You're locked in. We'll let you in the beta early. That's not the same as saying, if you buy the more expensive edition, right? If you buy the more expensive edition, then we'll let you play a week early. What? That's not the same. She doesn't use any of these apps, Snow. I mean, she'll come in and hang out sometimes. She doesn't. She probably wouldn't. She hasn't touched any of these apps in ages. Like, she'll poke her head in Discord, but that's about it. What early access did to Anthem at launch? It killed it. Yeah, they did the EA Access thing, and like you could play for like a week early. Yeah, people didn't like that, and they were like, I don't know, that closed beta was the full game. No, it was not. Was it? I don't think progress should be carried over for the week of early access. This is coming from someone who bought the most expensive version. It's pay to win, basically. Well, there's a lot wrong with what you just said. Why? You shouldn't even do it at that point, homie. I understand where you're coming from, and it sounds so great. You're like, they shouldn't let you carry your progress over. Like, call it an early look or something. Okay. Well, why do it at all then? Because now you got to put the exclamation point in front of the question, in front of the Q, Robert. It's exclamation point and then whatever the command is. So it's exclamation point Q. You can't do that, Silent Warrior. Like, the minute you offer that as a value point, hey, play the game early. You gave us an extra $20. You bought the $100 version and you can play early. Like, awesome. And then you take it and they're like, oh, by the way, none of your progress carries over. We're going to reset your character in 1 week. You'd be like, why even, huh? Why would I even care to play then? It completely invalidates it. It completely invalidates it as a value point. Like, I see the intent of what you're saying. I'm like, I understand what you're saying. I think your intentions are good, but it would be a disaster. It'd be like, well, don't even bother giving people an early. You're right, by the way, Silent. Oh, 1 week of progression, learning the maps, unlocking attachments, leveling your characters, leveling your specialists. Oh, buddy, that's an advantage. You're not wrong at all. You let me play a game for a week, and then you come and play, and I'm going to make you look like a fool for a couple of days. You're going to be like, my gosh, Lono is so good at this game. No, I'm not. I just know where all the angles are. I know the maps. I found out which guns are the best. I've got a really nice attachment on this SMG, and it gives me just enough range to make your life hell on this map. Like, you're going to think, oh my gosh, you're sitting. No, I'm not. I just got here early. I just got here early. You know? Imagine one of those baking competitions where they make those cakes. Imagine just letting one of the people go in there an hour early. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, get in there. And then you come in, you're like, wait, they have a head start. What is this? They already have a bunch of stuff made. You this isn't fair. Yo, Steven Seagal with the $2. The Anthem Loading Screen Simulator Edition. Yeah. It was really unfortunate that that was one of the problems, right? Because it's one thing for casual players to figure out there's no end game 3 or 4 weeks later. Why? Well, because they're having fun for a couple of weeks. Like, they're not immediately going to the internet to say this game blows, right? But when you have bugs and loading screen glitches and crashes, you can't eat around that, you know? It's not like out in the distance. Like, when there's no end game, so like Division 1, a ton of people played Division 1 for the first week, and they're like, this isn't so bad. And then you get to the end game, and you're like, what the frick is this trash? But the casual players don't get there for a while. It takes them almost a month to realize, what is this? But in Anthem, oh gosh, they got you coming and going. It was like you couldn't boot up the game. Load times took forever. You'd get into the game and your buddies wouldn't be with you. You can't eat around that. You're not even playing. You're not even playing the game. If that wouldn't have happened, and then the dialogue of like, Anthem is frying people's PlayStations, like, that didn't help either, you know? Guys, smash the like button and take the poll if you haven't already. Man, we got to get some momentum here. We give me that 200 likes. We got to push this. We got to push this rock up the hill. If they say it doesn't, they don't Battlefield. I'm focusing on vehicles for 1 week, and everyone will have stock vehicles getting wrecked. I didn't even think about the vehicles. Yeah, vehicles play a huge role in Battlefield. That's exactly right. 1 week of early progress is helpful to those doing it, but to those who show up late to the party, they'll still catch up in a relatively small amount of time. I don't think you're wrong, Salty, but it's a perception thing, isn't it? It's just a perception thing. Oh, the dark roast is so on point this morning. I went back to it. I went back to the dark roast. We were trying all those samples for the select. And I was like, I got to go back home, dude. I got to go back home to the dark roast. Get yourself some dark roast this morning if you haven't ordered any. It is just, it's phenomenal. I'm not even a dark roast drinker, and it is good. It's the perception, Salty. So I jump into Battlefield. I've been waiting for Battlefield for 3 months, 6 months, whatever. I'm a huge fan. And I jump in day one, and I'm getting shredded by guys who were here a week early. Did you watch me play Champion Hill, Salty, in Call of Duty? Did you watch me? Pain. It was pain. It was awful. Guys knew the maps. Guys knew the routes. And I was like, huh? Dead. But I don't know. Dead. Where are they coming from? Dead. Like, that was my experience. You boot up the game day one, and that's what it feels like? Oh, that's not a good look. That's not a good look for your launch day or your launch week, you know? Almost done with my dark roast bag. Gonna have to order some more soon. Yeah. You'd be shredded regardless. The only game you killed someone successfully was Hugo. I love how we call that game Hugo when it's Plague Tale. Hey, I beat the Biome 3 boss yesterday in Returnal. First try, sucker. So take that. Actually, my last match of Champion Hill, I played really well. I did. And it wasn't skill-based matchmaking either. I was on. I learned the maps. I learned the angles. I knew the strats. And boy, we rolled a team. And they were a good team, too. They were a good team. They were not bad. But boy, I played very, near the end, I was like, I understand this now. But I'm telling you right now, those are quick games. Those are quick Call of Duty games. Throw them over your shoulder. Battlefield matches are long. You know what I mean? Nerf Chuck E. Cheese Biome 3 with a Game Genie. I am still of the opinion that they didn't nerf Biome 3. I think they buffed Biome 1 and 2. You guys thought I was making early excuses. I was like, no, I think they wanted the difference between Biome 1, 2, and 3 to be less noticeable. You've got to go through boot camp now to get to 3. You know what I mean? You're paying extra to gain an advantage? That's exactly right, Cliff. You and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of gaming issues usually. We're usually on opposite ends of the spectrum, but I'm with you. Yeah, you are paying extra to gain an advantage. That is the correct summary. The fourth wall break mine job in Returnal was amazing. It wasn't even a fourth wall break. I think they were just messing with you. That's not they're not telling you that you're in a video game. They were just messing with your mind. Did you cover the Redfall leaks? No, we might cover that tomorrow. Apparently it's a looter. Granted, in Battlefield with unlocks, it is a bit different, but learning the strats with standard gear gives a huge advantage. Sure. I could just tell from the robots and how fast you killed them, it was significantly underleveled. With a significantly underleveled weapon that they hit 3. So what do you think they softened up? Because those spacemen took forever, Eugene. That fight was really long. Which robots did you feel like were weaker? The little guys on the ground have always died fast in Biome 3. Which specific robots? Because those spacemen took forever. My gun was not doing anything. The only thing that died fast for me in Biome 3 were the robots that walk around. I feel like they've always died relatively fast. Those spacemen were not weak. That fight lasted for an eternity. I don't know. I love an hour-and-a-half Conquest Battlefield games where the map is destroyed so much that it looks like you dropped a nuke on it. Well, and that's the thing we're talking about, right? Battlefield 2042 early access is going to affect that, isn't it? You go into a match and you got to deal with, a 30 to 40 minute match sometimes. You know what I mean? Compared to what they were. Well, I mean, I'm not going to let it take away from my victory, because that was always my criticism of Biome 3, was that you were never equipped. That fight with the spacemen felt fair. It felt right. It took a long time. I had to play smart. I had to play patient. That's exactly how it should play. My criticism of Biome 3 still stands. If they did in fact lower them, and what I played yesterday is exactly how it should have played. Punishing, unrelenting, but fair. That's not how it was at launch. You'd get to Biome 3 and everything was a 2-tap. Like, boop, boop, I'm dead. What the frick? I just spent an hour getting ready for this. How do you avoid damage from the flying drones? Patience. You have to wait. You want to dodge early, and then they hit you anyway. I'm just not giving you the satisfaction, and you shouldn't be surprised. Oh, no. You're mistaken that I need you to give me the satisfaction. I was very satisfied yesterday. I was very satisfied. A first time kill, and your hint that you gave me about Wave 2, I was like, I'd have done that anyway. I'd have done that anyway. I'd have gone over to where they were. I wouldn't have stayed back. That was clearly what you were supposed to be doing from from phase 1. It was like, you got to be right in front of the dum-dum. You can't be all the way back here, right? Your tip really wasn't even a tip. It was like, well, anybody in that environment would piece that one together. They're like, well, I need to go over there. That's where the boss is, you know? I loved it. I loved it. The final phase was unreal. It was so good. At first, I was irritated. I was like, what the frick? I'm not doing anything. And then I realized, like, oh. And then it clicked. About halfway through phase 3, I didn't want to say it out loud. I didn't want to jinx it, but I was like, I'm going to win. He can't kill me. I knew it. It was like the light bulb went off. I was like, can't kill me. I have the cheat code. You know what I mean? What's good, Reaper? Yo, what's good, Brody? Here to lurk again. Been enjoying the recent content. It's stuff I can get back into and haven't felt this way about your show in a long while. Great job. I appreciate that, Brody. I wish... Yeah. I wish... I don't know why that I appreciate you saying that, man. I don't know why that hit. That comment hit, brother. Thank you. It's friggin' hard, bro. It's friggin' hard, and I appreciate you saying that. If you could fall to death in the final phase, it would be too hard. Is it? It might be possible. Is it possible? You might be able to fall to your death there. Well, not fall to your death. You would take damage. There were a couple times where I was low health, and I thought, if I fall, I'm done. I'm going to die. I'm not going to make it. Right? I'm not going to make it. I've had that happen in Battlefield 4. There's non-destroyable assets. Yeah. Lono's a phoenix, but with better hair. I don't feel like a phoenix right now, brother. I feel like a freaking turtle trying. You know how those turtles, where they're born and they're like slowly crawling across the beach, and they're like, you know, seagulls are picking them up and eating them. Just garbage animals are eating these turtles. That's what I feel like. Slowly crawling to cool waters, you know? And I got these nasty birds picking at me. I got these birds, man. Turtles don't have 340 people listening. I perspective. I know. The fourth. Oh, I was sorry. That's something else. That's an accurate analogy. That's what I feel. I don't feel like a phoenix. I don't feel like I've risen from ashes. I feel like I'm still eating them for breakfast. With Blizzard's legal issues and declining population, do you think Amazon's New World will be a leader in the model for MMOs? That's a good question. No. I don't know if New World can unseat Final Fantasy as far as player totals or loyalty. Thank you, Strider. Yeah, I don't think so. I think New World will carve out its own shop on the block, right? Yeah. I don't think so. Most people would have self-deleted, bro. You're still here. Yeah. Without if I was a single man, if I wouldn't have been attached to a family, yeah, maybe. WoW's never going anywhere. Oh no, WoW's I don't know about WoW, man. Yo, my man, what's good, James? Sorry I haven't been around. Summer's the craziest time with training, getting these divas ready for their upcoming seasons. Love the new look, though. Oh, thank you, man. I hope everything's going well for you, James. You and your beautiful family. Appreciate you, man. If you've allegedly played the game, you're breaking NDA by even talking about it here. Yeah, be careful. Be careful. New World will do like you explained for Division. People will reach the end game and it will die. Now, Edgar, that is possible. Okay. Battlefield gameplay today? No. That is possible, but here's why I'm not sure that's going to happen. I feel that Division had a bad plan for Endgame. I think New World has a good plan for Endgame. How's the move to the new channel been? Terrifying, you know. You know. Terrifying, yeah. New World Endgame is huge city battles. I've heard whisperings that, like, there's good stuff for New World's Endgame. Like, they have good plans, right? So, the difference there would be, like, the Division had a plan, and it was bad. It was not good. They're like, what do we do? Just make everything really strong? Oh. Like, that was Division's endgame. Like, that was it, you know? It's like, well, I've played this mission before. Let me go play it now. And the bad guy's like, hi there. You're dead. And you're like, what? You what? Why? This isn't fun. I have to hide the whole time? What? Everybody has to run healing stations? This is terrible. Division killed their game because of raid delays. Well, I mean, it would before that, though, Eugene, people could have gone into a holding pattern of preparation and grind if the end game of Division 1 wasn't so dumb. It was dumb. It was stupid. Did you ever do it? You put on challenge mode and go rerun a mission. It was horrendously awful. They're like, what do we do? I don't know, turn the dials up. Yeah, that was it. We couldn't grind. If the challenge modes wouldn't have been brain dead stupid, you could have. They were horrible. Leveling up to endgame in the Division 1 was one of the best looter exploration experiences I've had. Curious how you experienced that. It was amazing. No. You misunderstand lightly. I've always said this. The Division 1 experience was phenomenal until you got to the endgame. It was great. And then the minute you step foot in the endgame, you're like, what is this trash? What is this? It was so bad. Like, before they launched any of their raids, it was like you could go and run content at challenge level for better gear. And it was horrible. I remember playing with Harry. You guys remember Harry? I was standing in a stairwell and we couldn't get out of it. 2 people would go on the doors and slowly chisel the enemies in the room down, and we had to just put healing stations behind them. And he was like, this is the best one. This is the best one. Have you ever been playing a mission or something in a game and you're like, this is awful, and someone's like, this is the best one? That's the worst. When you realize you're like, damn, this game is a pile of crap, man. This is the best one. I'm getting out of here, dude. I'm leaving. That was the last day I played Division 1. I was like, this is absolute garbage. They literally delayed the raid to run a PTS for 6 weeks. And we walked. Well, yeah. There was nothing to do in the base game. That's the point that I'm making, Eugene. Eugene, if the base game would have had a grind, so in those 6 weeks you could have been like getting loot, getting everything where you wanted, but it just wasn't there. Nobody wanted to do it. And even if you did do it, I think the drop rates were atrocious. Division 2 is actually healthy and has seasons and battle passes. It still lacks endgame, but it's in a better spot. There was plenty. We had a grind. I'm done desubscribing. I think you would just say unsubscribing, Hervé. Got rid of over 350 subscriptions on YouTube. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean this with love in my heart. You're everything that's wrong with YouTube. I don't mean that in the way that it sounds. I mean that in the way that it sounds. What I mean is, that's what I mean. It's like everything that is wrong with YouTube. Like, nobody stopped you. Nobody stopped you. They're like 125, 400, 350. Why? I have 101 subscriptions. I just can't. Do you engage? Do you engage with all of them? I mean it exactly how it sounds. This is what I tell Creature. This is what I tell Creature, and I don't want anybody to feel disrespected or talked down to. You're going to feel that way, but this is what I always tell Creature. I'm like, you have to treat the audience like they have monkey brain. Like, have you ever seen that video of like the monkey? He like picks up the bone and he like smacks it on something, and he realizes he can break open like a fruit with it, right? That's YouTube chat. Very simple. You got to keep it very basic. You know, hey guys, we're going to do this thing over on this channel. Oh my gosh, are you quitting? No. If you only watch my content every 3 months for Destiny, please unsub. I can only watch once a week. Should I unsub? No! No! I'm going to start streaming on another channel. Are you deleting this channel? No! Monkey brain. I'm subscribed to 350 channels, and I watched 2 of them. Monkey brain. And listen, here's the thing. It has nothing to do with your intelligence level at all. I'm sure there are men and women with PhDs, but when they interact with YouTube, they're monkey brain. Do you understand? It's monkey brain. It's like, this is all they're here for. It's like, how to change air filter. Click. PhD. PhD, and they grab YouTube, and that's how they interact with YouTube. Monkey brain. I shouldn't be telling you any of this. I really shouldn't be telling you this. A viewer is smart, chat's panicky. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, man. MJ talks with a $10 tip. My wife got deported. I lost my house, car, had to provide for 2 children, working out, playing U2 while watching you for the past 5 years. Helped walk off the ledge a few times. Keep going. I thought that was a meme when I started reading that. Wait, where's your wife now? We need the hard truths. Thank you for the $10 tip, MJ. Thank you. Lono cracked the code. Handle the audience with kitty gloves. YouTubers aren't helping when every single video you watch on YouTube tells you to subscribe to them. That is an excellently made point, Goku. You know what's funny, though? So, when I worked at AT&T, we spent 3 years telling people, who needs a home phone now, right? Why? Because we were Singular, and Singular was a cell phone company. We weren't AT&T yet, okay? So, well, that was a sales tactic. How much you paying on your home phone? You shut that off, that's half your cell phone bill, right? That's half your cell phone bill. Just shut your home phone off. Yeah. We do that for 3 years. I worked for the company for 5 years. So for 3 years, I convinced a consumer base that they don't need a home phone. And then AT&T acquires Singular. And they want me to do what? You guessed it. Sell home phone service. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. I know last month I told you, I convinced you to shut your home phone service on, but what could I do to get you into a home service package today? You're a freaking crazy person. What? Wow, I don't want to. You just convinced me that I didn't need it, and now you're trying to sell it to me. So, this is analogous to YouTubers being told and convinced, and I don't know, you unlock features at certain subscriber thresholds. You give people plaques at certain subscriber thresholds. So don't come back later and then tell me like, oh, hey, by the way, that number is just damning if they're not watching the content. Oh, great. Great. Thanks so much. Thank you. You gave me a plaque and you unlocked features on the channel, but now those subs are killing me. Oh, it's wonderful news. It's like telling people for 3 years to convince people to get rid of their home phone service and being like, well, now we want you to sell it. What? That's how it feels. That's how it feels, chat. Like a crazy person. Most platforms, that's what they value, right? You know, Twitter and Purple, like get as many people following the channel as possible. The challenge with YouTube is that the algorithm is just a monster. It's just changing and growing and evolving, you know, every month because they want it to be effective. And when that happens, all of a sudden they're like, the science led them down this path. Does that make sense? The science of predicting behavior led them down a path to say, well, I mean, if they're not watching your content, we're not going to put it in front of them. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll go back to the drawing board. 5 years. 5 years, 6 years. No, 7-year channel. 7-year channel. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's fine. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. 40,000 people don't care. It'll be fine. Yeah. That's kind of the this is kind of the way that it is right now. That's just an inside look. Lono's broken today. Yeah. I watched that video yesterday and I was like, this is such helpful information. It's like getting a college education while having somebody stomp on your nuts, you know? It's like, this is so informative, but I am in immense pain right now. I just came up with that on the fly. That's a picture, isn't it? That's a picture. You know, this is so informative. This is so painful, though. Can you stop doing that? What's in the coffee that you're drinking? I think just Rageless Rose. That's what it smells like. You're going off the deep end? No, I'm just letting you in. Because if I don't, like I was watching Bill Burr this morning, like he's like, he talks about when he had to let go of his dog. He's like, for 0.8 seconds, I cried like a baby, and then I shoved it back down. So I'm not shoving it down. I'm letting it out a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm letting it out so that I don't have an aneurysm. It's exposure. It's exposure therapy. This guy should be an actor. You know, you say that. I took 4 years of drama, and I would absolutely love to get into acting again. Oh my gosh, I would love it. I would love to get into acting. It'd be so fun. I've considered bringing characters back, you know, but we don't have space for it. We don't have space for it. It doesn't fit with the identity of the channel, right? Channel's very intellectual, analytical, and that doesn't really fit to be like, hey, I'm gonna put on a cowboy hat and act crazy. Like, that doesn't fit. You know what I mean? But believe me, I've got a lot of ideas rattling around that we just don't pull the trigger on because we just, you know, you can't do tectonic things. You can't do tectonic things in this industry. You gotta be slow and you gotta be patient, unless you're a breakout, right? Unless you're a breakout. I've been a member of SNTR Presents for a while. Can I switch to gaming and keep my emojis? Major mischief. We have a lot of the same emojis over here, right? And we want to unlock more, but you can keep your membership over there, or you can do one over here. You can have one on both. You can cancel your one there and do one here. It doesn't matter to me. You won't have the same badge, obviously, and the emotes are not identical. They're mostly the same, though. So, it's a separate channel, so I told you to do voice acting. Voice acting is like any industry, though. If you're late, it's a lot harder to break in. I would need an agent. I would need a bunch of samples. Like, I don't have time for that. You know what I mean? Yo, good morning, Hex. I just don't have time. You know? I guarantee I'm a better actor than you. No offense. You're a better streamer and entertainer than me. Oh, I'm not trying to break into the... I don't have delusions of grandeur. I would have to get into, like... I'd have to get back into an improv circuit. I'd have to get back into, like, classes and, you know, the philosophy of, like, do you do method acting? Like, what you know, how do you approach it? And, like, develop my own craft. Like, I'd have to get back into it. That was a lifetime ago. That was a lifetime ago. I can get into a character for a moment, but to carry a character, to become, that's something you gotta kind of train for. You know what I mean? Real fans have one on both. Don't be cheap. Yeah, the double dippers are key. That was just me puffing my chest. Well, you don't need to puff your chest. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to. You know. When I go to the zoo, like, the elephant doesn't have to remind me that he's large. Like, he doesn't walk up and, like, stomp his feet and, like, bang his head on the gate. I just look at him and I'm like, that's a big animal, you know? Voice acting is a tough gig to get into. Age and such do not matter much, so people stay in the business for much longer. Oh, yeah, and they're super talented people. You guys remember Martha Harms? I had her on the round table way back when. She does the voice of Maya in Borderlands. I was gonna do some stuff with her. I had some ideas, and she had agreed to, like, she was down. She was like, "Oh, that sounds like fun." That was another project that we never got to pull the trigger on. I was gonna do some stuff with, like, Zeke and Paladin Amber, and we didn't get to pull that trigger either. I kind of set my sights on people that I thought would align well with some of the projects that I had, but nope. You calling me fat, old man? I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know. Are you? Is she still down? I mean, she follows me on Twitter still, but I have no idea. I mean, I had to cancel all those projects. They were expensive. I was paying for professional work to be done, like digital studio spaces. Method acting would be so weird. Isn't that where you're in character all the time? Imagine being around your family like that. Well, it's not just, no, it's not, it's not just, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're in character all the time. It means that you get to a place where you are not acting. You become the character. Now, you're not, that doesn't mean some guys do, they walk on set, and they're on, and people hate it. They hate being around it. It's unsettling, but it's their process. Some guys, they get to that place where they tap into it to where they are not acting. They are the character, and that's why it comes across as so genuine. Any news on working with Gothics? She has, like, an assistant now who reached out, and so they were just gathering availability information, and then we'll proceed from there. So yes, that's like in process. Heath Ledger did that with Joker. Yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis. Jim Carrey did it with the Man on the Moon movie where he played, oh gosh, what's his name? Andy Kaufman. People hated being around Jim Carrey during the filming of that because he lived his life as Andy Kaufman. He'd go to lunch with people and be Andy Kaufman. And there was a friend of his that's like, I can't do this. He's like, I can't be around this. It's too disturbing. He didn't like it. It was unsettling because it's, you know, it's a dangerous departure from reality. You know, you can lose yourself. You know, Jim Carrey did it as the Grinch. I mean, I would expect that when there's makeup and stuff involved, it would kind of make sense. Like once you don the outer shell, you just get into the mode. Like you just stay in the mode. Like you walk on set and he's like doing the stuff with his face, you know. He said that people thought that the facial expressions he made in that movie was like makeup and CGI, and then he does it with his face, and you're like, oh my gosh, like the facial movements and the elongation and the just the crazy. He did that with his face. So, make sure and take the poll in chat, guys. We've been discussing the Battlefield 2042 leak, or the Battlefield 6 leak, and will the delay hurt because of Call of Duty? So, when I say leak, Battlefield 2042 delayed was something that was leaked first before they announced it. I don't know if the leak forced them to announce it, but I'm curious if you guys think they're landing now 2 weeks after, right? 2 weeks after the launch of Call of Duty. And that could potentially pose a problem. It's also like 2 weeks before Halo Infinite. So Battlefield's now sandwiched between. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah. That animated GIF in Discord. Yeah. He just does it with his face, which is crazy because he met somebody. It was a fan or something, and he did that with his face. And they were like, oh, I thought that was all CGI and makeup. And he was like, no, that was me. That was my face. What time is this? Yeah, see, it's not showing us accurate again. It's not showing. So how long? How long? So 9:30. It did it for an hour and a half. Okay. So weird. All right. I don't think it'll make an iota of difference to Battlefield 2042. The player bases are two very different type of players. Hemulin, do you not think there's overlap though? You don't think there's any overlap? I don't think Call of Duty hurts it as much as Halo. Vanguard's gonna flop, I feel. I mean, let's say Vanguard doesn't flop. Right? We need 30 more likes for 300. Let's have a scrappy day. We may not get tons. We might not hit like high on view. Let's smash those likes. Let's get it. I think Halo will have a bigger impact. Really? Why do you guys think Halo will have a bigger impact? I feel like there's more of an overlap between Call of Duty and Battlefield. Because even if Battlefield flops, like a lot of people are going to buy it and be like, well, I bought this. Like, that was my... a lot of people buy, like, one video game a month. Like, they allot themselves that purchase. They're like, well, that's that. That was it for the month. Why are we thinking Vanguard's going to flop? It's a new Call of Duty, and it's tied to Warzone. The game's not going to flop. Yeah, I don't know. There's no overlap between military shooters, but there's overlap with the sci-fi. That's what I'm saying, Eugene. I'm not connecting. I'm not connecting the dots here. I'm like, I don't understand how you think Halo will hurt it more. There's way more player overlap between Battlefield 2042 and Call of Duty, right? Come on, all right, chat. Weigh in here if you're lurking, you're listening, whatever. Weigh in. Call of Duty and Battlefield have more player overlap. Am I right in this, or do you think that Halo is a bigger threat? Call of Duty and Battlefield are way different. Battlefield and Halo are way different. What did we even say? What? People still play Halo? Are you kidding? If you don't think Halo, oh my gosh, Halo Infinite's gonna be big. Yes, you're right. By far, you're completely right. Halo is going to Steam at launch. You're right. Yes, Halo and Battlefield. Wait. What do you mean? But Halo going to Steam at launch? I'm not connecting the logic here, T4H. You're going to have to connect it for me. What do you mean? The overlap is between Call of Duty and Halo. I actually would agree with that there's more overlap between Call of Duty and Halo than Battlefield and Halo. I don't think there's much of an overlap. But I think people that play Call of Duty also play Halo. Like they've kind of bounce between the two titles. Not a lot. I don't think there's a lot of overlap. But if I'm going to try to make a Venn diagram of the Call of Duty player bases in Halo, and then a Venn diagram of the Battlefield player base in Halo, I think Call of Duty and Halo overlap way more than Battlefield and Halo. And I think the third Venn diagram is Call of Duty and Battlefield. The most overlap. The most. There's way more overlap. They're military shooters. So, first place for overlap is Battlefield and Call of Duty. Second place for overlap is Call of Duty and Halo. Third place for overlap is Battlefield and Halo. That to me makes sense in my brain. I don't have any stats. I don't have any stats to back that up. But I just feel like that's an easy observation to make. Not really. These have always been a little light. Call of Duty versus Battlefield versus Halo. It's always been. These have always been the little in fight. I'm not sure I'm connecting what you're saying, Brody. You're saying overlapped. I was saying impact. Okay. I need you to argue your position then. Let's have a debate. My gosh, I need a debate right now. Why do you think Halo will have more of an impact on Battlefield? I want to hear your position on this. Because I think Call of Duty's going to have a significantly bigger impact. They get a 2-week head start on Battlefield. Depends on the speed of Battlefield. It's usually too slow to pull from Call of Duty. I feel like the new Call of Duty will flop, but Battlefield and Halo will fight over the big team battle style game. I think Vanguard's going to be a hit. For a couple of reasons. I'll give them to you now. Number one, the campaign. You might not think it, but I think a World War II campaign has big pull in the Call of Duty franchise. Number two, it's going to be attached to Warzone. They're going to make you go over to Warzone and do stuff. Number three, it's Call of Duty, man. It's one of the most biggest, most well-known, most played with franchises in existence. Mikey with a membership. Thank you so much, dude. Enjoy your dope badge and emotes. You're dope and deserve dope stuff. Guys, consider clicking that join button. If you can't see the join button, you can type !join in the chat to become a member. It supports me directly. So do coffee orders. So do shirt orders if you go to 80s Tees and use my code. Displayed orders, all of that supports me. Even if you order Control Freaks and use my code. How about a poll? Call of Duty Battlefield, Call of Duty Halo, Battlefield Halo. Yeah, I mean, we could poll the chat right now and say which has the most overlap. Which has the most overlap? Agreed. Militaristic shooters just have this innate overlap. Console platform exclusivity will have a larger role in Call of Duty versus Battlefield. Halo and Battlefield will have overlap, but I don't think as much. Halo's on Game Pass. That's a big deal in the conversation. I don't think Halo's as big of a threat because you don't have to purchase it. Okay, here's his argument. And we're getting new subscribers as well. Subscribing is free. So if you like the content and you want to come back every day and consume it, we do a talk show in the morning and we do gameplay in the afternoons. Do me a favor and hit subscribe. It's totally free. I do a talk show in the morning and gameplay in the afternoons. We're playing more Deathloop today. Okay, so T4H Gaming says, because Halo is going to Steam at launch. Looked at the success of the Master Chief Collection on Steam PC. People are embracing Halo. It will have a big impact. I don't know. Okay. No. I'm connecting the dots now. You're saying that Halo is encroaching on a platform that historically it didn't. So it's no longer an Xbox dog in the fight. It's an Xbox and PC platform dog in the fight. That's the point that you're making. Okay, I don't think that's a poorly made point. I think that's actually not bad. But I still don't know if there's enough overlap between the player bases to have much of an impact, right? There's like 3,000 people playing Master Chief Collection right now. Well, I don't necessarily think he's saying there's tons of people playing it. I think what he's saying is it was very successful. That doesn't mean it's going to continue having a sustained player base, Eugene. Master Chief Collection did very well, and they did a lot of good changes. They learned a lot of great lessons. The Battle Pass has been very, very praised. So I think that's his point, is that that's a big market to suddenly be available in with your brand new title. Master Chief Collection isn't going to have quite the same draw, right? I'm in class right now, but are we calling Halo a threat to Call of Duty? No, Wheezy. No. You're picking up the wrong breadcrumbs. Can he hear me? Wheezy, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Wheezy? Wheezy. You ever have a friend that does that? You always have that friend that just like keeps saying, Wheezy! Wheezy! Can you hear me? Just wait for me to respond. People bought Master Chief Collection, almost immediately put it down. Oh, no. But the story of the Master Chief Collection, Eugene, is a good arc. It's a good arc. Okay, you can't hear me. Okay, we are arguing that Battlefield landing 2 weeks after Call of Duty and a few weeks before Halo is really, really going to hurt it because of being sandwiched between. And somebody said that Halo will have a greater impact on Battlefield than Call of Duty. And I said, no. I think Call of Duty's overlap is better with Battlefield and subsequently will hurt because they get that 2-week jump start. It's literally 14 days before Battlefield comes out. And so I think Call of Duty is gonna take a little bit of the sting and a little bit of the fight out of Battlefield. Yo, what's good, a freaking Jedi? No, wait. It's African Jedi. African Jedi. I just want to say your name wrong. Oh, freaking Jedi. No, African Jedi. Eddie Murphy, I can't take that. I saw some of those clips recently. Oh my gosh, he is a maniac. Warzone is crap. It's just crap, but it's Call of Duty. So what are you gonna do? I mean, you may think it's crap, but their player base is like 9 to 10 million players, bro. Like that's a powerhouse. That is a powerhouse. You remember when we used to talk about the game that we will not mention? You know, netting like 1 million players a day. Yeah, Call of Duty's like, oh, that's adorable. We have 9 to 10 million people playing our game. Like, their player base is enormous. Got the coffee, by the way, really good. Oh, thank you so much. That's right, I remember you ordered some recently. Thank you for ordering. We don't have any coffee sales yet today, by the way, Chad. So, I mean, my wife is going to be very disappointed. So, you know, it's on you, you know. Anyway, not as big as Fortnite. I don't know. What's Fortnite's player base at right now? Fortnite has some advantages because it's on mobile and it's on the Switch. That's a huge advantage. They might, yeah, but Call of Duty is enormous. Oh, that was good. Vanguard is just old trend, though. World War II trend is over, but the game was in development during it. Do you think it will hurt it at all? Homie, there are so many people that love World War II Call of Duty. I think you underestimate the power of the World War II era. African Jedi says, get some coffee, people. The dark roast is pretty good. There you go. That's the endorsement that I need. It's pretty good. I'm just kidding. Rageous roast. It's pretty good, according to African Jedi. There you go. This is what it looks like. A dark roast and a light roast. The reason everybody loves it so much is the balanced acidity. Makes it very drinkable. Makes it great. You can drink it black. You can drink it with creamer. Some people do a cold brew with it. There you go. It's post World War II, between World War II and the Korean War. Okay, Aaron, I love your accuracy, but the public doesn't really care about that. They see Thompsons and MP40s, my man. You know, come on, you know. Actually, historically speaking, it's not World War II. It's between World War. I shouldn't have looked. I looked. I looked at myself. I'm sorry. I looked at myself. I could have stayed in character. I love doing the actually guy. I look at the dadgum camera and I was like, I look like an absolute idiot. I love you. I love you for pointing that out, Aaron. But no one cares. No one cares. They see MP40s and Thompsons, and they're like, yeah, well, I friggin' hate that time period, you know, World War II, you know. And then, this is what it would look like. Yeah, man, World War II, such a crappy time. Those weapons stink. Oh, that's what I'm saying, man. It's just garbage. And then you walk in the room. Actually, it's between World War II and the Korean War. And they go, the frick you say? They're like, what? What did you just say? They don't even care. The frick you say? Nerd mother. Nerd Mother with a membership. Thank you very much. Double dipping. Oh, the double dippers. Thank you. We need a double dip emote. I appreciate it very, very much. MP40s and Thompsons went till Korea. Yeah. It doesn't matter what the date on the calendar says, homie. What matters is they see it and they're like, ugh. That's all that matters, right? If you don't like red meat and I go into great detail about what I do to my steak to prepare it, you're like, I don't care. It's still red meat. Do you see? It doesn't matter that a couple years have passed. No one's going to say, oh, well, in that case, like, I really don't like the World War II era weaponry. Well, it's not. It's closer to the Korean War. Oh, well, in that case, I suddenly love MP40s and Thompsons. I know I'm just bantering. You're a good sport because I'm definitely picking you out in the crowd. Like I was watching Jimmy Carr and he nails some kid in the front row throughout the entire show. I'm doing that right now. Like I'm wailing on you because it's fun and it makes chat laugh. But really, it has nothing to do. I don't care about you. I care about the laugh. That's all that matters. That's the truth. I'm just kidding. Please don't take anything I say seriously almost ever. It's just not. It's not worth it. Double the pleasure. Wait, are you in the wrong chat? I think you're in the wrong chat. Are you trying to watch like ASMR on the purple platform? We're not talking about that here. Don't speak for me, says Zubair. I'm all about the 1949-ish shooter. 1947, 46, no. Give me the 1949s. That's where the love is. 2019 saw a concurrent player count of 12.5 million in the game. 2020 saw a record high number of 15 million come together to experience the Galactus event. 2020 also said Epic Games report that Fortnite had 350 million registered accounts. Oh. The player counter, we can see anywhere from 6 to 12 million playing Fortnite daily. Oh. This number increases on special occasions. Jiminy Christmas. That is... I don't... What? Now you know why they shut down Paragon. They needed the servers. My gosh. That's insane. That is 6 to 10 times the player count of other successful games in a 24-hour period. Like 6 to 10 game communities in one. What on earth? That's mind-blowing. That is absolutely mind-blowing. I got addicted to Fortnite for a year and I'm old. I got to tell you, I won an open-world MMORPG Fortnite game. I would play the frick out of that. Big world bosses, loot, dungeon crawling, build my little homestead, build my little house, build a plane. I would play the snot out of that. Do you know how cool they could make all your armor and weapons? I don't like Save the World, J-Stock. No. I'm talking about an open world MMO RPG where I can build my house and customize this and have a car or have a plane. That's what I'm talking about. I believe, and I have said this time and time again, that Fortnite is an experiment to build the most successful, biggest, most long-standing MMORPG. I've said that for a very long time. I'm not talking Save the World. Save the World is like a game mode. I'm talking about an actual MMORPG that just absolutely takes over. That's what I think. Build on Save the World? Nope. I love you. And I love that people are still in the corner of Save the World. I think it's respectable. Maybe a little foolhardy, but respectable. No. You got to do this. It's its own thing. It's its own thing. You pick a class at the beginning, right? You're talking about Fortnite, Minecraft? No. Picture what you're doing in New World, okay? And now imagine like the Fortnite version of that. Chopping trees down, fighting enemies. Imagine... So, did you ever play Immortals Phoenix Rising? Imagine that open world feel. There's Cyclops, there's animals, there's all this stuff, there's dungeons, there's these little challenges you can do, okay? Picture that. Picture like Immortals Phoenix Rising, and then I want you to picture New World, and I want you to put that in a blender. That is a game that I would play all day. I would get freaking lost in that. It looks like a kid's game. You are joking if you don't think that would not hook millions of people. I mean, you're talking, no one would even consider, like, what about New World? No, like, it would be absolutely dominant. So dominant. Because it would do everything that people want in a game like that. Long, ongoing gameplay. Massive investment of hours. Super fun, easy, intuitive action, combat building. It's so intuitive. Do you know what Fortnite is? Do you know what it is? It's the iPhone. Like, the iPhone is so intuitive. Like, my kids pick it up and they know how to use it. They're just like, they just figure it out. They're downloading audiobooks for their rest time. And I'm like, how'd you figure all that out? They just picked it up. Like, that's what Fortnite is. Fortnite is so, it's so accessible. You just pick it up and it makes sense. Like, the things that you're doing. I'm telling you right now, you'd get a month in and you'd have like a homestead and a farm and like a garden and like you'd have cows and a plane and a mech suit. You know, I can't wait for the next season. They're gonna let us do, excavating and whatever. Fortnite has a good feel though for combat. It feels weighty. Fortnite's G-Fuel snorting group of Timmy TTVs, well, they wouldn't play this. They would keep cranking 90s and thinking they're good because they made it to 5th place and killed 7 bots. Like, let them continue to think they're achieving something. I'm talking about a completely different thing. Yo, what's good, Cat? I continue to think that Fortnite, that's what they're working on. The mech suits, the planes, the surfboards, the sharks, the disco balls, the jukeboxes. They are literally building an encyclopedic database of player behavior, information, mechanics, and we got all this. Just shove this in the freaking game. It'll be huge. It'll be limitless what people can do. And then, what do you think those big live events were? What do you think those were? What do you think they were? They were tests for, can you imagine, a big live world event? This Friday, the dragon is born, and everyone shows up, and this freaking dragon comes blasting out of this cave, and everyone's fighting it, and dragon scales are falling, and you grab some and you make dragon armor. You would freaking do that. You would do that. You wouldn't be like, it's for kids. No, you would be there. You'd be like, dude, I was there the day the dragon was born. It was freaking nuts. It was nuts. Like, I remember flying around with a jetpack with Braden when they had that big monster fight, and I thought, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is unbelievably cool. And then the servers crash. Cat with the comedic timing there. Bam. And then the servers crash. I would not be there. Whatever, creature. We all act tough, but you would play this in secret. You wouldn't want anybody to know. You'd be like at night, looking over your shoulder. Your daughter comes in. What are you playing? Nothing. 2K. I'm playing 2K. You would. You'd play it in secret. All of a sudden one day you'd be like, guys, I have a confession to make. I have like a level 52 bar. It's not a tough thing. Yeah, there's a thread of that. There's a thread of that. You 2K guys. There's a thread of tough guy in there. It's there. Riley Holloman with a membership. Thank you guys so much. Anybody doing memberships, continuing, new, renewal, or if you're keeping them going on presents, thank you so much for clicking that button. Enjoy the dope badge and emotes. You're dope and deserve dope stuff. Welcome to SNTR Gaming. I'm going to check my email. For, this is how I read my email now. For coffee orders. I got 4 emails. You know what they are? Reminders about soccer games with my children. Golly frick. Level 52 Bard. Level 52 Banana, you mean? Yeah. What class did you pick? Well, it was between the lasagna monster and the banana. It was a tough pick. It really was, because the lasagna monster could put like Monera fissures on the ground and, angel hair snares. But the banana really, really hits hard with the peel attack and the slip and slide. It was really tough. I was measuring between the two, and I decided to go with the banana. Marinara fissures and angel hair snares. Holy frick. Hire me. That was great. I was the most proud of angel hair snares because it rhymes. I think I was the most proud of that as I was improvising that. I think the angel hair snares was the better of the two. I think that was the best. The banana one wasn't as good. It wasn't as good. But man, does the burnt gingerbread man class look really interesting. Yeah, the burnt gingerbread class, he has fast as fast can be, to evade, and he can harden, he can do a crust harden, and that armor is so strong, it's so OP in the late game. He doesn't take any damage, right? And his gumdrop bombs, oh my word, we absolutely destroyed Snowman Castle with those gumdrop bombs. Now, I'm saying all this, and you think that sounds chintzy and stupid, but holy frick, you would totally play that game. You would totally play that game, dude. Nope, sounds like Fortnite. Sven, Wheezy, come get Sven. He says it sounds like Fortnite, like Sven. The games that you play, really? Some indie title could come out and they'd be like, it's pixel graphics and you're running around in a circle. That's it. And Sven's like, it's not that bad. Sven's like, it's not that bad. I played it for about 5 hours. Well, what did you do? What'd you do in the game? I ran around in a circle. Yeah. It wasn't a rogue, so it was great. It wasn't a rogue. I hate how you're selling this to me. If there is something that I could do, it's consult on design. I'm telling you right now. Can you imagine? I just ad-libbed all that crap. That's just rattling around in my stupid psychotic brain. I just ad-libbed all of that. And those would be that'd be so fun. Can you imagine playing as some lasagna monster and he slams the ground and angel hair rolls across the ground and all of a sudden, the monster's sitting there and looks almost like a mummy. Oh, it'd be so fun. It'd be a friggin' blast. It'd be a blast. So much potential there. See what they could do is they would satirize. You would be not in a mean-spirited way. You'd be satirizing all of the cliches in those game types. You wouldn't be picking an elf. You wouldn't be picking a wizard or a barbarian. No, you'd be picking Fortnite versions of those things, right? I need you and Hilly to play Overcooked. It'd be a joy to watch. I've thought about that. My concern is, Sid, we get about an hour in and it would turn into the hyper complex, gotta move fast, gotta do this, and I just don't know if there'd be humor in it. You know what I mean? Feels like Plants vs. Zombies. No. Plants vs. Zombies, maybe a little bit. So a Shrek Battle Royale? No, it'd be an open world MMORPG with live events, dungeon crawling, questing. You could have your own little homestead. You could have, oh my gosh, think about when they added Tilted Towers, okay? Imagine a city in Fortnite, and there's hundreds of people running around. There's NPCs, there's trading posts, there's these big giant buildings. You can rent a room in the building. You like go up and you have like your little space, and you can use it for resting if you need to, because you don't want to go all the way back to like your home. And you know, so you stop off in this city, a freaking city. They could do it. Because you think, they drop 100 people on the map anyway, and then you all kill each other. But drop 100 people, boom, in a city, like an actual, see, cars are driving by, like cars driving by. I'd rather not think about Tilted, thank you. Tilted Towers really was the beginning of the end. It really was. I'm having pasta for lunch today for sure. A ricotta rocket, that's right. I'm all about being a lasagna monster now. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Think about all the armor you could make that would make him look cool, you know? Make him look cool. Tilted Towers was amazing. That was the idea for Overwatch. You're in a city doing like stuff in the quest, and you have to be a hero at night. Yeah. Weren't there whispers about Fortnite doing an MMO? There were legitimate leaks about an RPG mode from the Epic Apple lawsuit. There's screenshots and everything, right? Screenshots and everything. It looks like it's just going to be a mode though, but again, it could be testing, more testing. I found the game for Friday. What's it called? Is it the scrap one? Ricotta catch 'em all. That's right. I found my new username. I'm having pasta. That's right. That's right. Me and my wife have been laughing hysterically over when we play. See, Sid, that's great that you're laughing while playing Overcooked. My wife and I are playing Overcooked too. My wife and I crossed over from this is really fun to why'd you go back without dirty plates? Why'd you grab my pizza? Like, because we're going for 3 stars, and we take it very serious. We take it very serious. It gets pretty sweaty, right? Hate? Oh, maybe. Isn't there? I think there's like, there's hanky panky in that game, Creature. Why didn't you throw the meat on the grill before delivering? Yeah. 3 stars. Yeah, we've gotten 3 stars on almost every single level. We gave up on like 1 level because it was just so frustrating. So frustrating. We've done all the DLC, all the extras. We don't go back for 4 stars. Somebody said that a lot of the DLC you couldn't get 3 stars. I'm here to tell you, you're not very good at the game. We got 3 stars on 90% of the DLC levels. I think we gave up on like 1 level. Because there was it was just, we couldn't figure it out. We're like, I don't know. It's like we're missing something. There's a shortcut that we're missing because we maximized and had an amazing run, and we were still a couple $100 short. And I was like, let's just walk. Let's just walk. I wish we could stream it for you guys. It's really fun, and like we get into it and we start giving each other grief, and like we're actually really good at it. Like we'll start doing stuff, and I'm like, man, I wish we could high five in this game. Like walk past and good job. Like. We've gotten pretty stellar at it, and we've played almost everything. The only thing we don't like, I don't like the horde modes that much. The horde modes get kind of frustrating for a couple of reasons. The beeping, because they want you to know like a door's being attacked. It's the same beeping that they use for the food. It drives me crazy. No, Lovers in a Dangerous Space Time. No, we've not played that. The game that he found for us to play is called Haven, but I'm pretty sure I've looked at that game, and there's like, I think that the characters, you literally engage in like romantic stuff. I don't know if we can pass all that. I don't know if I want to play a game where like Hilly and I's characters are like jumping in the sheets. That's a little. We got a little risque when we played, you know, what was it? It Takes Two, you know. We got a little on the line. But I don't know about that one. I'm pretty sure that game you literally like you go back to your like homestead and there's stuff happens. Stuff happens. Yo, what's good, Hellfire? What's good, Agent Atwood? Totally bang the end of Takes Two. My favorite thing in Takes Two was how angry Hilly would get about the book and the little girl. Oh my gosh, you could hear just actual resentment in his voice. He hated those characters. He hated them. We're gonna do an annual playthrough of that, I think. Like the next time we play it, we're gonna switch. I'll play as the girl and he'll play as the guy. Yeah. I played Haven. I don't recommend you play it for Fridays. Okay, thank you, ADJC. We're looking for something. I just need action adventure. Co-op, 3D probably, 3-dimension. Like I don't want a side scroller. Co-op action adventure, you know. I think you could make Tribes of Midgard work. It gets sweaty. There are too many games that are like 20 minutes of fun, and then you're sweating. You're like, we gotta get this, we gotta do that. Hypercharge? Isn't that the one that was like you play as the toys and stuff? I think that was the one where you play as the toys, isn't it? Why not Minecraft? Yeah, Hypercharge Unboxed. It's got a great, Google users give it like a 92%. It launched last year. Yeah. Hypercharge Unboxed on Steam. You can play the demo for free or buy the game for $20. It's co-op action shooter FPS, PvE. It's solo and co-op wave-based shooter that has the player fighting to defend every inch of their territory. It's a dangerous world. It actually looks really, really cool. It really, really does. It has full split screen support and online local and online co-op. Wow, it's wave-based. The only problem with wave-based is it takes a bunch of your attention. Like, what I loved about It Takes Two is, like, we'd play through a little section, and then we'd take a break and we'd talk. And we'd play through a little section, and then we'd take a break, and then we would talk. There's a bunch of modes. Is it just like a story mode? I just want a story mode. Just laid back, 3D, third-person action-adventure game, you know, and you just play through the story mode. You know what I mean? Valheim could be perfect, super chill, set your own gameplay pace. I don't know about that. I've not seen enough of Valheim to make a judgment call. If you guys are new and tuning in, we've been talking about the Battlefield 2042 delay this morning. I outlined the 3 big reasons why I think it was delayed. We were also going to be talking about the Skull and Bones leaked gameplay details, as well as the Splitgate $100 million that they secured. But the Battlefield 6 leak, the Battlefield 6 delay, or the Battlefield 2042 delay, we've been talking about and weighing out all the different reasons and, you know, launching 2 weeks after Call of Duty. Will it hurt it? That kind of thing. Chicory, A Colorful Tale, LOL, painting. No. Go play Grounded. We can make it a drinking game every time Lono aggro's a spider. Wait. What's the one where they're like the little kids? It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Is that game? That game might work. I don't know. That game seemed like it's been getting a lot of attention, a lot of awards. Either that or the one Barrier's been pulling for Hypercharge, and that one might work. Yeah, that's Grounded. We need something laid back. If it's not laid back, you lose. Like an hour in, we're sitting there like trying to figure it out, or we're like hyper focused. I'm like mouth breathing, like 2 beers in. I'm like, what are we doing? Okay, so we gotta take. Wait, where are you? Like, it isn't funny. Skull and Bones just needs to be Black Flag pirating. That's what I'm gonna say in my video, Aaron. Just give me a friggin' pirate game. What is this pirate sailing sim that you're designing? It doesn't sound very fun. It doesn't. It does not sound very fun. It sounds very, very boring. You know. Oh yeah, how many times did the trailer get viewed? So we tried something different last night. We scheduled the stream in advance, and we were just trying to see if, you know, people seeing the trailer, blah, blah, blah. Golly, we got just absolutely shellacked again today. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird, too. I think we're just earning our stripes. We're just earning our stripes. They're overthinking it. Yeah. Grounded was fun and laid back. It's not funny for Lono, but it's funny for us. Are the Lego games co-op? Yeah, the Lego games are co-op. Yeah. But a lot of the Lego games are just kind of hack and slash or puzzle solvey. You know what I mean? Sea of Thieves Online's good casual multiplayer co-op. You didn't see our Sea of Thieves streams. You weren't here. We tried. Yeah. We tried. It didn't go over very well. Yeah. It did not go over very well. Oh, man. If there was a PvE mode in Sea of Thieves, we would probably play it once a month and do challenges, drinking games, or something like, you know. We can clip now? Well, we've been able to clip here on this channel and the other channel for a month and a half, maybe longer. You know what I mean? What don't you like about Valheim? There's nothing about it that I dislike. I don't know enough about it, Demetrius. Right? I don't know enough about it. Lego games are notoriously buggy? Not in my experience. I remember my wife and I playing through the Marvel one, and it was like every level was Captain America stands here, and this guy stands there, and that guy throws this thing. It was so like hyper scripted puzzle solving. It wasn't enjoyable. We liked the Star Wars one because that was more like play through, have a laugh. If you want to go back and solve the puzzles with adventure mode, you can. I did not. The Marvel one was just like, what the frick is this? It was like you were dictating to me what I was supposed to do every step of the way. Yo, Fally03 with a membership. Thank you so much. Welcome to SNTR Gaming. Enjoy your dope badge and emotes. You are dope and deserve dope stuff. It just showed me a prompt. Wait, it prompted you to clip? Huh. How are you watching, Yokaida? Just a heads up, Neo is free on the Epic Game Store. Oh, is it? What about Unrailed? Cute little rail building game? No, we need action adventure. We need like third person action adventure laid back. We might check out the Grounded game or the one that Barrier's been pulling for. We'll take a look. I'll take a look this afternoon. On your phone, Android. He's watching with his eyes. Oh, Zubair, come on. You're better. You're better than that, man. That's... I don't even know. I was testing how long I could stay in the irritated emotion. I was seeing how long can I stay here. I've been prompted on Android. Yeah, there was an update recently. They made YouTube a little bit nicer on the mobile devices. They have tutorial-style pop-ups running wild today. Well, they're clearly doing something because the numbers have been terrible. We can't make heads or tails. There's been glitches. There's been bugs. They're getting ready to roll something out. Grounded has had a lot of patch updates, and if you've never played it, it's a great place to enter now. Really? I wonder where would be the best place to play it. Is it on Steam? We've had the best luck playing on Steam. Do they have full controller support? Full controller support, and it's $30. It still considers itself early access. Interesting. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the video game. You know what I mean? Reactive world, base building, online co-op. Oh, it's on Game Pass. Oh, well, there you go. Maybe I'll install it on my PC. Because I think we have an easier time playing on PC because his Xbox is old and so the hard drive is slow. No pool today. We took the pool down. We were going to do another one. Let's see. Battlefield 2042. Are you buying it? Let's just see. I'm actually curious how many people are actually buying it in the audience today. No, racing games wouldn't work. Where do you think it is if this bunch knew about it? If it's not on Game Pass, it doesn't exist. Oh, stop it, creature. Stop it. Chat, don't let him get to you. He's just grumpy. He's just grumpy. In your video description, you have it as Skull of Bones instead of Skull and Bones. Well, you know that's on purpose because I like to make mistakes. You know, I think mistakes show my humility and my I'm flawed or shut up. All right, I fixed it. I love Battlefield games. I'm a sucker for them at the new launch. I bet you the poll's going to be split 50-50. If you can hear my voice and you've been lurking all morning, smack that poll with an answer. Only 60 votes. Come on, there's 300 some odd people here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's roll the likes. We only need 50 likes to roll 400, and then vote in that poll. Let's do it. Let's do it. It used to be on Game Pass. Oh, is it not on Game Pass now? I can find out really quickly on the Microsoft Store. You go to gaming and then you click search and then you type Grounded. Grounded game preview? The frick? Is it the full game? What's game preview mean? Is that the full game? Or do they call it game preview because it's early access? No, yeah, you can buy it to own for $30 or just install it with Game Pass. Yeah, you can install it right through the Microsoft Store. So, I say we check that one out. You know? I said no because I don't know. Hazard is the make or break for me. Oh, really? Really? Hazard is the make or break. Okay. That's fine. It's early access still. Yeah, it's early access in Steam too. So they don't call it early access on Xbox. They call it game preview or whatever. I tell you what, we're gonna shift. Take the poll. I am interested in how many people are going to be buying Battlefield 2042. So take the poll, smash the like button, get us to 400 likes, order some coffee. Still no coffee orders today. I'm going to have to go tell my wife the disappointing news. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Thank you guys so much for being here. We got more to cover coming up. If you're enjoying the stream, be sure to hit subscribe and that bell button. Give the like button a smash, and make sure to stick around. We'll be looking at the Skull and Bones gameplay leak details, as well as Splitgate's plans for their $100 million. Oh, I'm back. I'm back, chat. Chat. Are you there? Okay. Let's turn that off. It's been 6 years since Arkham Knight. Those Arkham games have aged very well. I went back and was playing through them. And it was surprisingly enjoyable. Like, and again, surprisingly, like, had a very, very. It's like when you go watch like an older movie, like, you know, you go watch Aliens or Terminator 2 or something. You're like, man, this aged really well. Like, you know that it's old. Hey, there we go. First coffee order of the day. Four light roast bags. Rizek. That's a lot. You must like it. Thank you for ordering 4 bags, Rizek. I played through all the Arkham games again last year. I'm waiting for more Suicide Squad information from DC fandom. Yeah, they've aged very well, I think. You know, is Battlefield going to have support like Apex when then why buy a crap product? I'm not sure what you mean. I didn't realize that many people disliked Battlefield. Why did I miss? What did I miss, and what should I know? Why? Some people just don't like it. It's honestly, it's hard. It's a game that's tough to love. It is. It asks a lot of you. You know, have a third option of unsure. If you're unsure, then you're a no. If you're unsure, then you're a no. You're like, no, I'm not planning on buying it right now. That's what unsure means. You know, you may have your mind changed, but for the time being, if you're unsure, I don't know, that's a no. You know, I think Battlefield is tough to love. It asks a lot of you. It's like you've got to come in. The matches are long. They're extremely big. You might not know what's going on. You might not understand you might be struggling and you don't know why, you know. It's just one of those things where if you're going to play that game, you got to have like a certain tool set and things that, you know, that you're really gonna be able to dig into and build upon that knowledge. Because a lot of the times I think that, like, anytime you're playing a game like that, if you don't have the sort of schema ahead of time before you go in, then it's going to be tough, right? It's going to be tough. You're going to have a really hard time. They don't make it easy. It's not super accessible. You know, they don't hold your hand. They don't hold your hand. Not at all. Not in the least. You know. So, choose your creator type. There we go. Next. Add an account. This one. And it's this one. Yeah, that's fine. And that's good. Connect your channel. I was reading something, sorry. Battlefield will sell well, but in 1 year, when it comes to EA Play and Game Pass, it'll have massive resurgence. Plus, then hopefully all the bugs will be worked out. Star Wars Battlefront games are more casual Battlefield games. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't. I think the nature of the Star Wars Battlefront games, the reason that I didn't like them, was very, very simple. I felt like it was a frickin' meat grinder. You know what I mean? It was a meat grinder. Absolute, like, you just run back to the same spot, like over and over and over again. And, you know, authorize. Preferred email address. Okay. Sorry, I'm filling something out. My preferred language. Well, it's not Yiddish. That's for sure. I don't even know how to speak that. This is the communication language that they will use for you. There we go. EA should have made Bad Company 3. The series was at its best story and gameplay as Bad Company 2. I've heard a lot of people say that they like really, really like the Bad Company series, and they're like really irritated that hasn't you know, it hasn't gone better, you know, or hasn't continued, I should say. I've had a lot of people say that. Finish and exit. Finish and exit. Profile complete. Okay. Oh, cool. I can explore. No joined opportunities. Opportunities. No available opportunities. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. We did it. What about Gauntlet for a co-op game? No. See, the struggle is with what Hilly and I do on a Friday night is if we tried to play like Diablo, like we can't, how do you make that funny? You know what I mean? We're just roaming through a dungeon crawler and chopping people up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it needs to be, you know, whimsical, you know? It needs to be whimsical, and I don't feel like it is. You know, I don't feel like the dungeon crawlers are whimsical, lighthearted, right? Yeah. I think Grounded will work. I think we'll try that out. You know what I mean? You want to see some unmitigated damage? Play Dragon Age Inquisition multiplayer. Rysick25 with a 5 spot. I heard your wife say something about three or more orders of coffee a day for you. Rysick, you're the man. Thank you for the $5 tip. I saw your order 4 bags. You're a madman. Thank you so much. Deep Rock Galactic would be a great co-op game for you and Hilly. Oh yeah, I forgot about Deep Rock Galactic. That game's come a long way. It really, really has. Thank you, everybody. All of a sudden, we're having a bit of a resurgence here. New people or returning people coming back in. Make sure and take the poll. With the Battlefield 2042, you know, I think the problems are continuing in the delay, and I outlined a variety of reasons of why I think it was delayed. If you're here for that coverage, we did it at the very, very beginning of the stream. You can use the question command to ask a question, have it pop up on the screen. You can subscribe and talk in the chat. You can take our poll at the top of the chat. Are you planning on buying it? I'm interested to hear from fans of the franchise, things like that. Ghost Recon Wildlands would be fun co-op to watch. The plane and helicopter mechanics alone. Oh yeah, I remember that game could be pretty goofy, right? There's a lot of games that would work for Fridays, including No Man's Sky. We'd have to think through what on earth we would do in No Man's Sky. Like, what would we do? We got to have a mission that could be, like, funny, you know. Deep Rock Galactic has a new game mode and weapons coming Q4 of this year. Oh, really? That's what we need, is when a game like that does an update, we dive in, right? That's what we need. Narwaffle has a question. Now that Xbox is the official console for Battlefield, what do you think that means, since PlayStation is the official console of Call of Duty? Well, they're not doing any exclusives initially, not that I've seen, okay? But it could turn into timed exclusives, you know? It could turn into timed exclusives. They get things earlier, a week early, blah, blah, blah. For now, nothing. But they could get like a sneak peek at the specialists, or they get into the season a week early, or their season comes with an extra skin or something. I don't know. For now, they've not said anything. Wheezy thinks it's just marketing. It's probably right. I think there's, well, he's saying potentially for timed exclusives. Yeah, I think there's going to be some potential for timed exclusives, even if it's just like a skin or a specialist like a week early or something. Deadly Dad Gaming with the membership. 5 new members today, guys. Thank you so much. We're trying to unlock emotes over here. I haven't even checked. We may have unlocked some. We want to keep pushing that member number here, as well as maintaining the member number on the other channel. So we appreciate everybody that has been helping with that. We now have 288. We have 288 members here. Oh, we've got 3 more emotes we can unlock. We do. We have 3 more. So we need to get the double dip. But we have 288. Let's push for 300. We need 12 more members for 300. And we appreciate that support so much. And we really do. We've taken a leap, and you guys have come with us, and we greatly appreciate it. We really appreciate the support and the vision. You guys are catching the vision for what we're doing, and we greatly appreciate that. Thank you. It means on the commercials they say Xbox at the end instead of PlayStation. Yeah. 3 more emotes. Let's go. Yeah. We'll have to get some of the ones that you guys are missing. I think you guys are missing Frick. Some people said this morning they want Frick. We'll get Frick. We'll get, what else could we get? I think we could probably, I could probably add, I think it's possible. I think you just right click, open link. Yeah. And then you just save image as. Yeah. It's just a PNG. I can add that one right now. I'll give you that one. We don't, I don't have one yet for the double dippers. I know double dippers want a double dip emote. Anybody could use it, but, you know. We need a Jabated. Oh, like the looking up Jabated. Yeah. All right, edit, emoji. Let us come down here. Add one. Frick. Select image. And there we go. Save and publish. Bam. Okay. Lono Frick should work in 30 seconds or so. Emote adding here is so fast, so much better than the other platform. So yeah. I don't think maybe some some increases. Hey, another member, Mike Kelly, coming in. I appreciate it very much. Enjoy the dope badge and emotes. You are dope and deserve dope stuff. Double dipping. That is so amazing. Thank you. BTTV added support on YouTube live chats. Not sure if you saw that. Oh, really? Should YouTube let you use emotes from other channels? I think emotes should be global, yes. Yes. I think that's a huge problem. There you go. There's Frick. That's one of the things the other platform gets better. Yo, good morning, Manny. How are you? What did you think of Death Proof? Death Proof? I don't think I played that. You talking about Death Trash? I did not like Death Trash. It's getting amazing reviews, so good for that indie developer. I did not like it. I did not like it at all. Oh, Death Loop. We'll be playing it this afternoon. I did my first impressions yesterday. That'll hit my updates channel. So if you miss a stream, you can always come back and click the timestamp, or you can subscribe to the updates channel. It gets little 4-minute updates, little 4-minute uploads, and that one will hit, sometime today. So that's a really great channel. We would love to see that channel cross over to 5K, and then eventually cross over to 10K subs. We would love to see that, and that would be amazing. We really appreciate the continued support of all of the channels. So thank you. Deathloop's a Tarantino movie starring Kurt Russell. I was like, yeah. No, I like Deathloop. I expected to hate it. We'll be playing more today. We will be playing more today. I need to be able to drop a Jiminy Frick. A Jiminy freak. You want a Jiminy emote? My son says that now. He'll be like, Jiminy. And I'm like, I love it. It's like a little me running around saying, Jiminy. Jiminy frick. Deathloop overtook Ratchet as my game of the year. You expected to hate it? Yeah. I thought it was going to be a Dishonored rogue is what I thought it was going to be. That's all I thought you were going to be doing. It's like running around, slashing, blah, 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 killing, and then, dead, back to the beginning. You know what happened yesterday? I played Returnal, and I think Returnal might take Game of the Year instead of Ratchet. I think it might. I think viewed as a whole, as a new IP, from the soundtrack, the creativity, the storytelling, the gameplay, I think Returnal might actually take it. I do. I think being a new IP is in its corner. I do. They're both PS5 only, so they're level footing commercially. Ratchet probably outsold it, right? But I think Returnal might be more deserving. I didn't play it enough. I think it might go to Returnal. It's got a lot in its corner. Ratchet's amazing, but Ratchet's a continuation of a franchise, which I think it has a bigger bill, to try to fill, So, Gaming Fire says, do you think Far Cry 6 is going to be fun playing with friends co-op, or will people get bored? This is way off subject, so I'm going to try to discourage that. We're not doing that right now, so I'm not going to really give you an answer. Would it be fun co-op? It's not even a question that I could really answer for people. I love games like that co-op, but everybody's different, right? We don't like doing the off-topic questions unless we've drifted that sharply from what we've the main topics. We've got a lot on the table today. We've got Splitgate, Skull and Bones. We got Battlefield. Real late in the show, sometimes I do that, but I don't want to encourage that throughout the show. I don't want to encourage random off-topic questions throughout the show. That's not what I want that to turn into. Too many problems with Returnal's launch. Returnal didn't have problems at launch. People were confused at launch. There weren't problems with the game. They didn't have problems at launch. They did a patch to fix a couple of things, but there weren't problems with it at launch. People just wanted a save feature. It's like, you want a save feature in a rogue? That's kind of contrary to a rogue. That's not how they work. That's part of their charm. That's part of their charm is that, a lot of people wanted refunds. A lot of people are stupid. They bought a game and didn't read the description. Now, it was in a gaming drought, and the PlayStation 5 didn't have much going for it. I think a lot of those people were kind of just uninformed consumers. It's on them. You're the dum-dum that bought it. That's like going and buying Hades and being like, I want my money back. It's a rogue. I don't freaking read the description. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? I don't know. The people that wanted refunds just were so desperate for a new game that they I don't know. So you can't turn your PlayStation off? Well, you could put it in rest mode and that worked. You can do a safe place. You could. But that's all rogues are like that. If you're having a really, really good run on Hades, you can't save it and come back later. You know what I mean? That's how rogues work. Binding of Isaac, any of those games. I think the difference with Returnal is the runs could get pretty long. They could get pretty long. Wait, Hades has a save feature? Wait, how do you save in Hades? So you can be in the middle of a run and save and come back? Xbox with quick resume? Well, sure, and the PlayStation has the same thing. If you put it in rest mode, it saves the chamber. I did not know you could do that in Hades. Now, wait just a minute. Can't you cheese that then? Is there a way to cheese it? You can save it, go and fight a boss, and then if you're about to die, couldn't you force quit the game and then come right back outside the chamber? It saves the chamber. Automatically does. Isaac lets you quit out and start from the room you quit from. What happens? Is that exploitable? What happens if I'm like, I'm outside the door of the boss fight, and I know, and I'm like, okay, I can go in here and fight, and if I'm about to die, I can force quit the game and come back, and it'll have me right outside the room. Can you exploit that in those games, in Binding of Isaac and Hades? It's cheesable on PC, not easy on console. Force quitting on Xbox takes a split second. Boom, force quit, gone. I don't think you can exploit. Could be wrong. That was the biggest dilemma with Returnal. Is if you let me save it here, okay, and then I transcend into the depths of the fight, and the fight's going really bad, and I know there's no way I'm winning this. You know when you're probably not going to win. You get beat up, you don't have any healing, you don't have a spaceman, and you quickly force quit the game. And then you boot it back up, and then it's like, here's your save. If they program it right, force quitting won't work. With respect, I think that's armchair. I don't think what you're saying is accurate. I think you're armchair deving it. You're Monday morning quarterback with that comment. I don't think that's true, Robert. You can't have it actively saving during the fight. You'd have to have it saved the minute you go into the boss room. That'd be the way to do it. You'd have to literally cross the threshold into the boss room, and it overwrites the previous save. Even then, there are still significantly challenging rooms, and I don't know how you would do that. So imagine, I know this boss room could have tons of dope gear. I'm going to save it. And then I go in, and I'm having a really bad time, and I'm dying. Force quit the game, and now I'm right back outside the room. Do you see? You're also armchairing, neither of us know. I'm not armchairing. The developers talked about the complexities of, like, if you save it, it can be exploited. This is something that they said. I'm not making this up. Like, the nature of the game. The doors are marked in Returnal. So I know that's a challenging room, like the red rooms and different things like that. Like, save it, and then I can run in. And if it's going bad for me, force quit the game. You can force quit on Xbox Series X? Yeah, it's really easy. You hit the button on your controller, the side menu comes up, highlight the game, hit the little 3-line button, like the options button, it pulls up options, and you hit quit, and it force quits the game. And if you haven't saved, then it would revert, you would boot up the game, and you'd be right back at your save. That's one of the reasons that games like that, a lot of the times, especially in Returnal, they were hesitant to add something like that, because they were like, it had become exploitable. It would literally grade. It would grade against the identity of the game. Even if it saves in the room, you can keep quitting until you win. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's exactly right, Daedrin. If it saves in the boss room and I force quit before I die, I would boot back up and I'd be in the boss room. That's exactly right. Yeah. I know it's cheesable on PC because I can manually copy the save file. It's cheesable on console as long as you're quick enough with the force quit. And then that grates. Then so yesterday, the explosion, elation, and release of emotion when I screamed and I was like, yes! That you don't have that experience if you know, well, if I lose or if I get too low health, well, I'll just force quit and try again. The game loses all of its punch. It loses all of its punch. You'd have to commit to not playing that way, and it'd be really hard not to play that way because you get invested and you do not want to go back to the beginning. Even a purist would be tempted to be like, oh, let me take another crack at this. That was cheap. That didn't seem very fair. I wish I didn't know this because now I have evil temptations to try it. Oh, in Hades, yeah. If it saves the chamber and you're in a boss fight and it's going bad, you just force quit. You know, as soon as you're made aware of something like that, it's so hard not to do it because you get invested. Hey, somebody ordered some coffee about 10 minutes ago. 3 Zubair, my man. 3 dark roast bags. Are you drinking it that fast, Zubair? I beat Hades on Xbox, and I never did that knowing it saved. I didn't know that it saved either. I just assumed it's a rogue. It's not going to save. Like, you know. Did you play Praise Moon Crash DLC? A lot like Deathloop. Obviously, same devs. I wanted to play it, and I never got around to it. Yeah, we had 2. No, wait. No, we've had 3. I think. Have we had 3 today? I think we've had 3 orders today. My wife's checking in. She's like, how many coffee orders? 1, 2. Oh, just 2. Just 2. I go through a lot of coffee. What's the coffee link? You can use the coffee command, !coffee, or you can go to ragelessroast.com. I'm pretty sure you don't regain your lost health or death defiance from before the force quit. So you'd start the boss with full health, but you're nearly dead. 2 orders for like 7 bags. Well, you ordered 3 and the other guy ordered 4. Yeah. You stocking up early on Christmas presents? We'll have the Frickmas roast. We'll have that purchasable in a month and a half or so. That's all in process right now. We pulled the trigger on that as early as we possibly could. What is happening? Yeah, I don't believe any of this creature. That's not accurate. It's just frozen. It's just freaking frozen, bro. Oh no, it went up by 2. What the heck is happening? YouTube, man. YouTube is fiddling. It's the Madam 2000. That's right. You're undecided on the poll? Yeah, well. If you're undecided, then you're basically a no. If you're not a yes right now, then you're a no. You're like, no, I'm not. I don't have plans to buy it. I might, but currently I don't. That's undecided is a no. It's not a harsh no. It's a soft no, but it's still a no. Still a no. Ooh, that was an excellent neck pop. Let's see. Did Grounded finish installing? What's going on? Get more info about faster downloads? What? If you turn this on, your PC may send parts of previously downloaded updates and apps to PCs on your local network or on the internet. Your PC won't upload content to other PCs on the internet when you're on a metered network. Man, it is awful. Delivery optimization. This product is installed. It was glitched. It was already installed. I was like, what? I was like, that should have been downloaded ages ago. I'm trying to find a Skull and Bones trailer so we can do some of these updates. There we go. Skull and Bones trailer. Ubisoft North America. It's a 3.5 minute long trailer. Loop it. There we go. Red Dead Redemption Online might be a good opportunity for co-op hijinks. Robbing banks, playing poker, hunting and fishing. I don't consider undecided a no when you don't have all the information necessary for a decision. Right, but your answer to the question, are you buying it? Your current answer is, no, not yet. I don't have enough information to say yes. So that's a no. If I was tallying up sales, you would be a no. Can I put you down for an order? I haven't decided yet. Okay, click. That's a no. Will you come back to me? Well, in this scenario, I just want to know who is planning on purchasing it at this moment. So at this moment, for my inquiry, if you're undecided, then you're a no. You're like, I'm not committed to buying it yet. I want to know right now who is committed to buying it. So there's yes, and then there's no and undecided. Well, no and undecided are the same category in my mind. If I were to put yes, no, and undecided, we would get the same result. You'd get the same result. You would just have a 43, and then you'd have like a 34 and a 23 below it, To me, it's the same. It's six to one, half a dozen of the other. It's like it doesn't really matter. All I want to know is who's committed to buying right now. I'm gonna get it myself because I've been playing since Bad Company. Yeah, there are those. That I'm more interested in that. How many people in the audience are like, you're in no matter what? You are in no matter what. You're gonna buy a Battlefield game regardless of what you've seen, what you've heard. You're in. You saw a trailer and that's all you needed. Already bought the top edition, right? That's what I'm interested in. So, all right, let me give you guys the Skull and Bones gameplay leak. Let me give you my thoughts on this and why I'm already bored. All right, let me give you my thoughts on this. Where are we here? Piece of paper. I need a blank piece of paper. These are written on. Oh wait, one of these has there it is. One of these has beer orders, Bat Squatch, and then Sugarland's Appellation. I think I already have that in the cart. Bought the day we watched the trailer before it even ended. You did, or you're saying the people that do that? Already bought the gold edition. You've been playing since 1942? I played 1942 with my brother and a friend of mine, local, like LAN. It was, yeah. It was interesting. Oh, you did, Creature. Oh, okay. 9/16/21. I'm pretty sure it was 45 seconds this morning, for the Battlefield 2042 topic, and then I'll go at 2:49:30 on this one. And this is the skull. This is the Skull and Bones one. I'm gonna keep hitting record just in case you need them. It helps me also frame it. It helps me frame it. So I know how long I've been going. You ever thought about putting your notes on a computer or a tablet? No, I don't trust computers. I don't trust that newfangled technology. This is an SNTR update. I want to talk to you about the Skull and Bones gameplay detail leak that happened and why I'm bored just reading it. So if you like these short update videos, be sure to hit subscribe, the bell button, the like button, so you don't miss the content, or you can check the links below as well if you want to watch me live stream on SNTR Gaming. So Game Rant had the report on this. I'm going to read you some details that are important to frame why I'm not really sure about this game. It's not shaping up the way that I thought it was going to. So this is according to Game Rant and according to a leak that came out. Progression in the game's current version is based on the money earned through taking on various jobs, doing cargo runs, and raiding other ships, settlements, and fortresses. As players start with only a raft and then a small fishing boat, these objectives will be key to earning the means to construct proper pirate ships. From there, these vessels can then be outfitted with an assortment of weapons, including cannons, ballistas, flamethrowers, and mortars, and upgraded further with extra armor, smelteries, and storage boxes. Now, Henderson, the one that was the source of this leak, that's why we think it's reliable, Henderson also provides a clearer idea of the version of the Indian Ocean that serves as the game's setting. While Skull and Bones map will largely consist of open sea, it will include land-based locations, including a fictional pirate haven in Madagascar and the coast of Azania, which is modern-day Mozambique. Players will be able to walk around these locations in a third-person perspective and interact with NPCs, and this will presumably be where players take on the jobs before setting out to sea and engaging in Assassin's Creed-inspired combat. Now, as I read through that, I was like, that just sounds so boring. And there's already a concern when that's the game. Like, you're gonna be in a pirate ship most of the time. But as I read it, I thought it seems like it's sort of devolving into pirate ship simulator, okay? Like, it's more about that than it is about, like, being a pirate. I was hoping it would be almost like Black Flag evolved. So I want to talk to you about why I'm bored. So first, too narrow. It's just too narrow. The game sounds so narrow in its scope, and it's slowly devolving into a pirate ship sim game. I don't think it's going to appeal to the people that they're targeting. The concern here would be if you're looking for a pirate ship sim game, it's not going to actually be that. So you're going to criticize it against the backdrop of other sim games. If you're looking for a pirate game where you want to be a pirate and do pirate things, it's going to feel like sort of a half measure. It's not going to feel like a fully orbed game. So both types of persons that may download and play this, I feel are going to be disappointed. Now, nothing against sim games or what they set out to do, but this leak does not help them win over naysayers or curious would-be buyers. If you were curious about this or kind of on the, like, I don't really know if this is worth getting, I'm kind of on the fence, I don't think this information is going to sway anybody, okay? I think there's actually room for a really, really great pirate game in the market, and it doesn't need to be the Sea of Thieves grind and grief for pretty things, because Sea of Thieves is a great game, but that's what it is. It's grind and grief to look like a pretty pirate. It's pirate dress up, and it's hardcore grinding and griefing. Like, I think there's room for an actual pirate game, okay, where you make a pirate and you dress him up and you get into fights and combat, like basically Black Flag evolved. Skull and Bones, sadly, does not sound like it's going to scratch that itch. It's not going to fill that gap that I think is in the market. I don't think Sea of Thieves is the only game that could pull off a pirate game, and I certainly don't think Skull and Bones is going to be a pirate game either. If you like these short update videos, hit subscribe and the bell button, and I'll see you in the next one. Just remember Black Flag for me, and I'd be okay with it. Oh, just remaster Black Flag. Right. What time did you do the talk? They're all at the very, very beginning now. So like 45 seconds in. 45 seconds in, I did the talk. So, in your opinion, what was missing from the description? It doesn't sound like a pirate game. It sounds like a pirate ship simulator. You start with a raft. You level up the raft. You level up the armor. You level up the weapons. You go and run like trading routes. You go and run this, you go and run that. It doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't, like, I think the combat, that like the at-seas combat is good, but I don't think it's going to be enough to carry it. Define a pirate game. I need to be able to feel like a pirate. I need to be able to walk around, dress like a pirate, have a sword, have guns, like work on missions and quests to get better weapons, to get better outfits, do things with the ship as well, right? It sounds like it's so focused on the ship. You understand? That's like saying I want a Star Trek game. In my mind, a Star Trek game would be more than flying around the Enterprise and leveling up the Enterprise. Do you see? It just sounds very, very tilted to one side of what I would envision a good pirate game being. In my mind, a good pirate game would be more than that. It would be more than caring about the ship. Just like a Star Trek game would be more than just like flying around and caring about the Enterprise, you know? Professor Parker coming in with a membership. A lot of memberships today, guys. Thank you so much. Welcome to SNTR Gaming. Enjoy the dope badge and emotes. You're dope and deserve dope stuff. Considering pirates raid ships as their primary means, that's fine, Eugene. But if you look at look at the scaffolding, look at the core content loop of Sea of Thieves. What are you doing? You're sailing. You're fighting in the high seas. You're landing on shores. You're fighting skellymen. You're searching for buried treasure. You're taking things back to port. You're getting cooler outfits. You see what I'm saying? There's more to it than just that. If all Sea of Thieves was get in your boat and go out and do boat things, you'd be like, I don't think it would have appealed to as many people. Is the coffee ground or just beans? It's ground. We don't have whole bean because we order it as one big batch. So when you order coffee from me, I had like literally a skid show up to my house with like 500 bags. and then we send it to you. Like, you're literally supporting my family directly when you buy it. We're not like working with some company that sends it to you. It's here in my home, and it's ground, because not everybody can do the whole bean thing. If I could do half whole bean, half ground, I would. I know whole bean is good and preferred by lots of people, but you're a cartoon pirate. It sounds like this game is more grounded in an actual pirate world. No. See, you skipped over everything I said and you jumped to the aesthetics. I didn't say anything about the aesthetics. I referred only to content loop. Everything I listed was content loop. Imagine Black Flag, but you do all the stuff in Sea of Thieves. Imagine walking around, strutting around, going up to an NPC, getting the stuff, landing on an island. Third-person action-adventure pirate combat. Skellymen. There were pirates waiting for you. Army hearties, we got him. And then they bust out. You're like, oh no. And then you're searching for buried treasure. And then you take the treasure back or whatever. I'm not talking aesthetics? Sure you are. You said, yeah, you're a cartoon pirate. It sounds like this is more grounded in an actual pirate world. Sea of Thieves, you're doing tons of pirate stuff. Just because it's cartoonish doesn't mean that the gameplay loop isn't pirate stuff. Landing on an island, searching for buried treasure, fighting the inhabitants of the island. That's all pirate stuff. Going back to port, dealing with different allegiances, dealing with the government. Like, oh man, you can't come to this island. Government's going to arrest you. Then you got to pay a fee or whatever. Like, that would be a fully orbed pirate experience. This is literally sailing and leveling up your boat. You could raid ships in Black Flag? Yeah. I just think it sounds one-sided, Eugene. I think there's an entire other side of pirate life that this game's not delivering. That's fantasy fake cartoon pirate world? So Black Flag was cartoon pirate world? Come on. What do you mean? The Black Flag was dope. It had this, but it had all the other stuff too. It's like what Disney pirates do. So you don't think pirates would ever have like an island that they would go rest on and invest in and create, keep their pirates happy and loyal by what? Getting them treasure, getting them better stuff. You don't think that would be a part of being a pirate? Like everything's just only boat? I don't know if they're going for historical accuracy here. It's a video game. You know what I mean? Black Flag is much closer, but you were talking about Sea of Thieves. If you took Sea of Thieves content loop and Black Flag's content loop and you put it in a blender, I think it would be an amazing game. And then you call it Skull and Bones, make it live service, and you're off to the races. I think people would love that. That would be like, well, this is like the adult version of Sea of Thieves. This is the serious version of Sea of Thieves. This is the version where you can actually get better stuff. Sea of Thieves is pirate dress up. Nothing is stronger. Nothing is better. Your ship and your outfit's just prettier. The pirates who don't do anything. That's right. Like, I get where you're coming from, Eugene. Like, historically speaking, it's more accurate to spend 90% of your pirate life on the high seas. That's by definition kind of like what a pirate is, right? That's where they live. I'm telling you, that makes this so narrow that you're going to appeal. Think of the type of people that you're appealing to. You're hoping that the people that loved the combat and the ship aspect of Black Flag, you're hoping there's a lot of those people, right? Because a sim player is going to play this and probably find it dissatisfying. It's not going to be like a serious sim game. Somebody looking for a pirate game, I think, is likely going to come to some of the conclusions that I've come to. It's like, well, you're just always on the boat. I can't go do anything cool. I can't look for buried treasure. I can't go get in fights. You know? I just don't think there's a good market for it. I don't think it lands in a niche that exists. Like, where is the player base for this game? Talking about real pirates, they wouldn't upgrade their ship They would just steal another one. Just turn Black Flag into a Pirates of the Caribbean game with customization and a ship and a home base. Right. At this point, we may be a little short on information as well. This was a leak. No, I mean, I don't think so. When Henderson says what the map will consist of, and that you'll be able to walk around locations to interact with NPCs, and then that's it. Like, that's how you experience the world off the boat. It's more of just like a social hub. Like, you walk around and accept missions and stuff, and that's kind of the end of it. Or maybe a Star Wars pirate game in space. Yeah, let's just mash up every game we can. Hey, there we go. 2 more orders of coffee. You guys are the best. A bag of light and dark to Brody, my man Brody, thank you. And then a bag of dark roast to Nerd Mother. Thank you, Nerd Mother. Really appreciate that. Make sure and let your friends try it. Like, make a cup for your friends and then tell them they can't have it anymore because they're going to love it. And then be like, you want more? You got to go to ragelessroast.com to order it. And get your friends hooked on it. Actually, it's not pirates. It's between World War II and the Korean War. That's good. That's excellent callback. That's very good. Like Mandalorian's kind of piratey and Western. Sure. Yeah, Lono earned his lunch today. Yeah. We have like four or five orders now. 4 or 5 orders instead of just the 2. Thank you very much. And we got members today too. Thank you. We're doing the slow thing over here, man. We're basically building a whole new channel, and I appreciate you guys laying good foundation with us. Anyone in England order the coffee, wondering if there's custom charges and how long it took to get here. Hilly could answer that. I think Hilly's around. He ordered some. I want to say it took about a week to get to him, and I don't think they made him pay. It depends on your local postal service office or whatever you would call it. They're supposed to charge you because we don't charge you on the outset, and I certainly am not going to pay Her Majesty to ship you coffee. So I think you have to pay the VAX, whatever it's called. There's some term for it. But he didn't have to pay custom charges when he received it. I think the value size and everything is too low. It's not like I'm shipping you a television. So, a Firefly game would be awesome. Can you imagine a Firefly game like built in the Mass Effect, like on the backbone and the engine of Mass Effect? A Firefly game that would be super big hit. No one has had to pay that yet. Yeah, VAT. That's it. VAT. I don't think he had to pay the VAT, and I think we've shipped to other people over there and haven't had to pay the VAT. If you're ordering over there, though, don't order more than like 2 or 3 because we can ship it to you first class. If I have to use a flat rate box, you're going to pay through the dadgum nose on shipping. The lowest shipping you can get out of the U.S. is 1, 2, 3 bags because we can fit it in a first class bag. I can't do that in America, by the way, which is unfortunate because the minute it's marked for international, it gets different sorting. But first class gets sorted here, and it cannot exceed like 16 ounces or something. But first class to UK, we limit them? Yeah, then you're good. You can't make a mistake then. You never want to... If we had to use a flat rate box, a USPS flat rate box to UK, I mean, my gosh, you'd pay 3 times what you did for the coffee just to ship it. It's ridiculous. But first class shipping is not too bad over to Canada or to overseas. So thanks for clearing it up. Yeah, no problem. It said 2 was the limit for me. Oh, really? Oh, well. Where do you live, Invicta? That we limited you to 2. Should be 3. We can fit 3 in a first class bag. You looked last night? Maybe we did limit it to 2. I'd have to ask my wife. Maybe we did limit it to 2. Maybe we can only fit 2 in the first class bag. I might have it wrong. Yeah, don't order 3 then. Just order 2. If you're ordering out of the... Yeah, if you're UK, yeah. I think it is set to 2 on purpose. I'd have to try. You changed it to 3 this morning? Yeah, I'd have to try. Before you order, don't order 3 yet. I'd have to try. Value-added tax and custom charges are 2 different things. Oh, right. You got the VAT and you got custom. Yeah, Hilly didn't have to pay any custom fees. I'll order coffee as soon as you have beans. I can't use ground, sadly. I don't think we're ever going to have whole bean, Hervé. Sorry. You said you could fit 3? I know I can fit 3 in a flat rate padded. I know I can. I know I can. But I just don't know. Those I'm pretty sure we can. I just want to like double check before people start ordering 3 and they don't live in the US. Like you know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second. Okay, let's test this out right now. I went and grabbed the bags we used for first class. I'm fairly certain this will work. I just wanted to like double check. My wife goes to do it and she's like, these 3 bags are not gonna fit. Oh yeah, I think we're good. Let's just get the third. Let's get the third one in. Just to confirm. I'm gonna wrinkle my demo bags a little bit, but that's okay. I'd rather know this right now. Like if somebody's like considering doing it, like feed you the answer. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. That's 3. Yep. Okay. So yes, if you live outside the US, we can limit it to 3 because I can get 3 in a first class bag. If we have to go up to flat rate, the flat rate USPS padded envelopes or the boxes, then you're going to be in trouble. That shipping is it's a little nuts. Okay. Shipping to the Netherlands sucks. Oh, you're Netherlands? Euro and World Cup. I cheer for Ned. Oranje. I cheer for Ned. Love them. A bag of dark and a bag of light to Big Nuts. Now that's a username. Thank you, Big Nuts. Yeah, Marty. I guess Marty O'Donnell is gonna have to pay like $100,000 or something. A judge ruled that he owes them money or something. The judge ruled composer Marty O'Donnell violated the terms of the previous lawsuit. Yeah. I've not read the article, but sounds like Marty overstepped. And that's on him. I obviously have my own opinions about that company, but you can't do that. Can't do that. You can't take stuff that's not yours. Man, YouTube is doing that thing again. It's doing that thing again where I click on a channel and the channel looks all jacked up. They are 100% getting ready to push out an update. Hunted. Okay, do they have a longer video? No, they don't. We'll just have to do the season 0 launch trailer for the spot today. Okay. Literally selling music that isn't his. Yeah, like you know me. I wouldn't side with that company unless I saw that. And it's like, no, you overstepped here, man. You know. Winona Ryder, Andrew Barrymore are trending. Why? Why are they why is Winona Ryder trending with Drew Barrymore? What happened? I can't stand when this happens. I always feel like they're bots doing it. Like there's bots that are making that happen. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I sell all Lono's content as NFTs. As long as he doesn't find out, it's fine. I wish I understood NFTs so that I could get really, really rich, and just retire. I wish I understood them. Blockchain and NFTs. I have no idea what they are. But I see people suddenly just making insane money because they got in and made the right choices at the right time. I'm like, good for you, man. I don't know what in the frick you're doing. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. There's a really successful game that's doing it. And it's every time I check my Twitter feed, they're in my feed. This man trying to get the bag and bounce. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? I mean, what, are you not? Are you not? I'm going to make a monetized YouTube channel of all Lono's content and ask for donos. Yeah. Should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, okay, buddy? Yeah. The greatest temptation, if I suddenly came into a large sum of money, the greatest temptation would be starting up a lawsuit. That would be the greatest temptation, But then I look at my family and be like, all right, let's pay off the house, It'd be tempting. It'd be real tempting to pull that trigger. Just it'd be real tempting. Really hard not to. Okay. Oh, I'm here now. We can start. What's good, Orphan Twin? I saw you here this morning. You said good morning in the chat. I swear, ever since we got these LEDs, I swear, I try not to look at them. I get, if I'm not careful, I'll get one of those, a visual, those, have you ever heard of these, visual migraines? Where you get a shaky, wavy thing, and then eventually it just moves its way out, and then you're fine. Ever since we got these LEDs, if I'm not careful, and I end up looking at them, an hour or two goes by, and then I get that, and it happens. I'm like, these freaking things, they're so bright. They're so bright. And I think they pulse at a frequency that messes with me. So I have to have them pointed directly at the wall. I can't see them in my peripheral, or it messes with me. Never happened to me before. And then we got these LEDs, and now, every third day, if I'm not careful, that ends up happening. It's drive me freaking crazy. Keeping it real. Keeping it real. I got that with Guitar Hero. Yeah. Yeah. It can come from like lack of sleep. It can come from like bright lights. It's basically like a visual, it's like a visual migraine. Yeah. It's really frustrating. Because it's like, you know, I'll go 3 or 4 days and it won't happen. And then all of a sudden, like this morning, I knew it. I looked at a couple of them because I was like trying to move them and I looked like directly at them. I'm like, daggone it. Like I try to like look up and like block them with my arms and stuff. Change the refresh rate of your eyeballs. Yeah. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. Some days it's really bad. Sometimes it's barely noticeable. Today it's like it's only on the left. And I know why it's on the left because like I know that was the one that like saw it. Like I looked at it the most out of that corner. It's so frustrating. When we first got these LEDs and hooked them up, we wasted an entire afternoon trying to figure out how to not have the camera capture them and do like a film flicker, right? It was doing like a film, it's hard to say, a film flicker. And we spent like an entire afternoon trying to figure it out. And then it was like, if you just took it off of white and put it on any of the darker colors, like red or blue, it went away. It's like, are you serious? Are you serious right now? Are you serious? Let me do something here. Let me get the afternoon stream scheduled. We are going back into Deathloop. No, wait, no. I'm gonna reuse settings. There we go. I will continue to provide my own Deathloop review as I play through the game. If possible. There we go. Deathloop gameplay. Pot 2! Does it have the bad? Yeah. There we go. There we go. And then that's good. And then we come here and we make it 12:30. Chris Tails. No, Hilly. Oh, no! Oh, that messed with our bit rate. That's the first time that's ever happened. Like scheduling a stream is like, it didn't like it. Bitrate did not like that. Vanguard beta is trending. Did it go open beta today? It must have gone open. It must have gone open beta today. The Game of the Year race is between 2 PlayStation titles and 2 Microsoft titles. Going to be good. I love you. I love you, Mo. I love that you say stuff like that. Because I know what you're saying. I know that you think that you think the Deathloop is a Microsoft title being developed by Arcane for, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 years before the acquisition, before the Bethesda acquisition. And then Psychonauts 2. That's just, it's great. It is? Come on, Mo. Come on, dude, I love you, but you can't claim it's a Microsoft title. It's not. It's not even on the Microsoft platform right now. You're saying Spider-Man isn't a PlayStation title? Spider-Man's a PlayStation title because it's a first-party exclusive title that was paid for by Microsoft, by Sony. Microsoft didn't pay for Deathloop's production. Microsoft didn't pay for any exclusivity. It's exclusive to Sony right now. Sony and PC. Just because Microsoft acquired Bethesda doesn't mean that it's a Microsoft title. You take that as a win? That would be like a team going all the way to the playoffs, and right before the Super Bowl, some new owner comes in and buys them. And he's like, and then somebody's like, see, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Another Super Bowl title. And it'd be like, he bought them right before they went to the Super Bowl. Like, they bought them right before this game launched. They don't get credit for it. They had nothing to do with it. The game was in development so early that the ink was dry on the contract, and Sony gets it first. He's technically correct. Technically. Yeah. Technically, that guy would own that team that went to the Super Bowl. But it wouldn't be his team. He'd be swooped in at the last minute. Prior to the acquisition, this is a Sony exclusive title, at least timed. It was supposed to release before the acquisition. Like, that's the other thing to remember. It was supposed to launch before the acquisition. Come on, man. Like, get out of here. That's why it's exclusive to Sony for a time, because it's not a Microsoft title. Today is not gameplay, though. Today is hunting. Insert name of the people. What? I don't understand what you're saying, Reader. Today's not gameplay? No, it is. It's gameplay. It's more Deathloop gameplay. If you want to go add to the description, like, what I'm going to be doing with search, do it. But the title should be just Deathloop Gameplay Part 2. Like, it's our second day jumping into gameplay. If you want to add that to the description, that makes sense. But that doesn't make any sense on the title. I have no idea who I'm going after. And there's no telling how long I'll be doing it. If you say who I'm going after, I may go kill them in the first 30 minutes. And then we're going to change the title, 35 minutes later. I would put that in the description. If you want to get, like, the names, if people are searching for, like, the names of the people that I'm hunting, we can throw that in the description, but not in the title. It wouldn't make any sense in the title. Deathloop, hunting the people? Yeah, but nobody's... No, because MMORPG hurt us in the title the one day. We don't need a title that no one's searching for. Is anybody even searching for that? Yeah, they're the Visionaries, but is anybody even searching for that? Deathloop hunting? No, they'd be searching for, like, Deathloop Visionaries is maybe what they're searching for? I don't know. I would maybe look what they're searching for and just put it in the description. I would leave title alone, though. I think we need to go super, super broad generic on titles. We go specific like we did the one day, and then it's like it gets confused. Anybody looking for gameplay, and then you throw that in the description. And anybody looking for the Visionaries, they'll find us too. But if you just put Visionaries in the title, you may bump us out of all the gameplay searches. There are going to be people, I would think, searching for gameplay, and just that. It's Microsoft title because Bethesda is now owned by Microsoft after Deathloop was made. Oh, it's not. It's not. I was like, what, Sven? Yeah, come on. You're so in Microsoft's corner that you're saying something that doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, I want Microsoft to be on the stage with the nominations, so I'm going to claim that Deathloop's a Microsoft title. Like, come on, man. Come on. If it would have launched when it was supposed to launch, you wouldn't retroactively claim that. Like, if Deathloop would have launched when it was supposed to have launched, and it gets the timed exclusivity on the PlayStation, and then, like, a year later Microsoft acquires the company, you wouldn't be like, oh man, another Microsoft title got nominated for Game of the Year. No one would say that. You'd be like, what are you talking about? Deathloop launched exclusive on PlayStation, eventually went to Microsoft, and they bought the company after the fact. I stand with Mo. Mo is right. Hilly. I stand with Mo. That's too good. I stand with Mo. You know what we need? We know what we need? We need Mo. I'm not going to apologize. I stand by that joke. I stand by that joke. We need Momo. M-O-M-O-E. Momo. That's freaking awful. That is awful. Skyrim is my all-time favorite Microsoft game. Gotta love all these Microsoft titles. We got Fallout, we got Morrowind, we got Skyrim. That's good. That's good. That's very good. It was well done, chat. Well done. We've been on a good humor tear today. We have. It's been good. It's been excellent. Doom 64 is my favorite Microsoft title. Morrowind is a Microsoft title, though. Here's the problem, Mo, with, like, let's just break it down logically for a second. We're having fun, and we know you love Microsoft and have a Microsoft tattoo on your butt cheek, but let's have a logical conversation here. Acquisition does not retroactively change reality, right? A game developed for all platforms a lifetime ago suddenly being acquired by Microsoft does not make it a Microsoft title. The previous contracts and allegiances and loyalties are well in place. You can't retroactively be like, well, no, Deathloop's a Microsoft title now. No, I'm not even commenting on Morrowind. You cannot retroactively claim that Deathloop's a Microsoft title. It doesn't even make any sense. He isn't wrong, but he isn't right. That's right. Just because it's true doesn't mean it's correct or might mean it's right. Like, it's technically correct and true, but well, it's actually, come on. Friends aired on NBC and is now an HBO Max original. Like, Seinfeld is going to be on Netflix very, very soon. But you would never say, like, if Seinfeld, the show, suddenly got nominated for something, you wouldn't be like, man, another amazing Netflix win, another great Netflix show. Nobody would say that. They would say, are you kidding me? Seinfeld was an NBC original. What are you even saying right now? It doesn't even make any sense. No one would suddenly say, Seinfeld is a Netflix show. No, it's not. Netflix shows are like Queen's Gambit, House of Cards, Ozark. These are Netflix shows. You don't suddenly say, well, yeah, Seinfeld's a Netflix show. No, it's not. It just landed there. Like Deathloop's not a Microsoft game. You know what I mean? I love Michael Jackson's catalog. Hits like the White Album, Sgt. Pepper's, Hard Day's Night. What? I think you're being too cheeky now. It doesn't even make any sense. Is Cobra Kai not a Netflix show? Yeah, Cobra Kai. Yeah. That was a Netflix show. That one got canceled. Every time those shows hit their third season, they cut them because they don't serve a purpose anymore. Netflix is like, well, it's not driving subscriptions. Cut it. This is why I thought it. All right, hang on a second. Hang on. Okay. Do this, creature. Deathloop gameplay. Pipe. Hunting Visionaries. Get rid of the part 2 then. Deathloop gameplay pipe. Hunting Visionaries. Because Deathloop gameplay and Hunting Visionaries are probably two different search terms. They're separate. Put them both in the title. I don't think Hunting Visionaries needs to be tethered to it. You can do that in the description. Who's getting the money? Microsoft? Mo, no. Stop, man. No. It's on Sony's platform exclusively right now. Sony's getting a ton of money. Money has already exchanged hands. Contracts are already signed. Microsoft is not getting money right now when you buy the game on Sony. That's not the way that it works. No. Yes, sir? No. Contracts prior to the acquisition are being honored. They have said that. Meaning The contract agreement between Arcane and Sony is a pre-existing thing. Microsoft's not seeing any of that money. They're not. If I had a pre-existing deal with you to come paint your driveway and the contract was inked, and then I got acquired by some contractor, he doesn't get that money. We've already agreed. And if he and I come to an agreement that existing contracts will be honored, you don't get a dime from that deal. I get the money because it was a deal that was struck prior to the acquisition. And the acquisition stipulated that existing contracts would be honored. Now, Elder Scrolls, the next Fallout, the next Doom, sure, Microsoft titles. Elder Scrolls is going to be a Microsoft exclusive. If Arcane is seeing money from the sale of the game, isn't Microsoft directly also getting the money? No. No. The way that it works is when the contract is struck, the publisher puts up a certain amount, and then the developer is set to pay them back a certain amount. Okay? Sony paid a certain amount for the timed exclusivity, and they will receive those funds back, as well as Arcane. Nothing's going to Microsoft. Now, when Microsoft acquires the developer and then helps fund the development of the game, then the contract is struck and they make money from everything after the fact. They're not making money from a contract between Sony and Arcane. That doesn't even make any sense. It's not like they're like Arcane's getting little golden coins and putting them in a bank, and Microsoft's walking in and taking their share. I don't. Now, there could be stipulations about annual profit and their percentage points of that profit, but I think it would not be able to touch profit gain from pre-existing contracts. It has to happen after the fact. I bought that contract as part of the acquisition. There could be stipulations like that, Zubair, but I don't think in this case that's true, because they're saying we are honoring all existing contracts. Like, I don't think Microsoft has anything to do with an existing contract. I think all they care about is future. You're way off on this one. There's two ways to do it, Zubair. We don't know. There is a way where they'd be like, no, we acquired you and that contract. We're going to get percentages on all the profit. We own Arcane now. Sure, that could be a possibility. It could also be, no, this deal was struck before you acquired us. You don't get claim on those funds. There's two different ways to draw up that contract. We're honoring means we will perform our obligations as agreed. If a studio Microsoft owns is generating revenue from a game being sold on PlayStation, that's mind-blowing to me if that's actually happening. I mean, the finer details of the contract, let's say I'm wrong. Let's say the finer details of the contract, you're right. Every sale of Deathloop on PlayStation puts a couple pennies in Microsoft's pocket. Maybe you're right about that, all right? Maybe you're right about that. It doesn't make it a Microsoft title, though. It doesn't. The contract was struck before the acquisition. The contract stipulated that the game would be a timed exclusive on the Sony platform. It is not a Microsoft title. So the finer notes of the contract, maybe I'm wrong. That doesn't change. That doesn't suddenly make it a Microsoft title. Like, well, it got nominated, and we're going to put that in Microsoft's corner. Like I said, you wouldn't suddenly say that Seinfeld is a Netflix show, even if there's money generated from, maybe there's clips on an NBC YouTube channel, or maybe there's things from Seinfeld somewhere else that's putting money in Netflix's pocket. That doesn't make it a Netflix show. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if Netflix is taking a portion of all Seinfeld royalties now, regardless of where the content is consumed, it doesn't make it a Netflix show. Nobody would say that. So you're saying it's a PlayStation game? You can have that back. We were just testing that you can get 3 bags. So it's a PlayStation game? I don't think it's either. We don't have to make this claim. Listen, here's another reason why the claim is... I don't want to insult Mo. I think the claim is dumb. And here's why. There is a world of difference between Returnal and Ratchet and Clank and Deathloop, because Deathloop is everywhere. Once the timed exclusivity is up, Deathloop is everywhere. I don't care who paid for it. I don't care who published it. It's not a Microsoft game. It's a third party. It's everywhere. You wouldn't say that. Halo is a Microsoft game. Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, it's a Microsoft first-party title. But now you're just using terminology that doesn't even make sense, my man. That doesn't even make any sense. It's not a first-party title. Halo is a first-party title. Ratchet and Clank is a first-party title. Deathloop is not a first-party title. You can play it everywhere. Now, Halo and Master Chief Collection is now available on PC, but you would still consider it a first-party title. It is exclusive to that platform. It's something that they paid for, and then, okay, we ported it over here later on to PC. So, like, Days Gone is still a first-party Sony title. Why? It's in the Sony Studios game, like, hub in Steam. I love you, Mo. You bring good debates. We have good debates, but this one, man, you cannot claim that Deathloop is a first-party Microsoft title. That doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make any sense with how the term is traditionally used. Like, one day, if you can play Returnal on PC, you're buying it from Sony Studios. It's a Sony first-party title. When you pay for the Master Chief Collection, you're buying a Microsoft title. It's theirs. It's their hub. Wouldn't first-party mean it's made by Sony or Microsoft? Or funded by them? Yes. Sony paid Insomniac to make Spider-Man. So it's a first-party Sony title. Insomniac makes it, Sony foots the bill. Microsoft didn't pay for Deathloop's development. They acquired the company after the fact. But they get the rights over it just like Sony didn't make MLB. I think it's a fan loyalty, brand loyalty statement. It's not about what's true or what's right. It's just, I love Microsoft. They own that company now, and the game's doing well. I'm going to put a notch on Microsoft's belt. It's nonsensical. Like, we wouldn't say that about anything else. No one right now, if Doom Eternal won an award for something, you'd be like, man, that was a great Microsoft title. Like, you wouldn't say that. It wouldn't even make any sense. You'd be like, what? No. They acquired the developers after the fact. It's not their game. I mean, sure, they own the property now, but it's not a Microsoft game. Yeah, because of the Bethesda purchase, it's essentially their property, Dauntless. But the contract, they're honoring the contract. It's a timed exclusive on Sony right now. If they own it, wouldn't it make it theirs? It's just such a confusing and unhelpful thing to say. Typically when we say, right now, Game of the Year, we got 2 Sony titles and 2 Microsoft titles, you would think in your mind games like Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, Halo, right? Thing like maybe even Hellblade, because Hellblade 2. Hellblade comes out, multi-platform title. Ninja Theory gets bought by Microsoft, and they publish Hellblade 2. If Hellblade 2 is... I don't know if Hellblade 2 is going to be exclusive to the Microsoft platform, but let's say that it is. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Moon Studios gets purchased by Microsoft, and they fund Ori and the Will of the Wisps 2. Eventually, Ori and the Will of the Wisps 2 landed on other platforms like the Switch, but it's still a Microsoft-funded first-party exclusive title. At least it was exclusive for, like, I don't know, 6 months to a year or something. But I don't think it would make any sense if you're tracking which platform's getting Game of the Year nominations to like claim which platform has a lot in their corner. Deathloop doesn't make any sense to say, oh, it's a Microsoft title. It's nonsensical. It's like you can't even play it on the Microsoft platform right now. You're going to nominate it and be like, yeah, nominated for Game of the Year. Yep, another good win for Microsoft. It's like you can't even play it on the Xbox right now. It's not a win for Microsoft and their platform. It might be a win for their pocketbook, but it's you can only play it on Sony and PC right now. I'm breaking down the intention of the claim, not the technical accuracy of the claim. Do you understand? The technical accuracy of the claim, that doesn't matter to me. It's the intention of the claim. The intention of the claim is to act like this is a win for Microsoft and the Microsoft platform. What are you talking about? You can't even play it over there right now. PC equals Microsoft? Absolutely not. It's not in the Microsoft store. That's not accurate. Come on, you know that's not true. It's in the Steam marketplace. What are you even saying right now? PC does not equal Microsoft. The Microsoft store on PC does. But buying Deathloop in Steam? Come on. It's a win for Microsoft in the sense that one of their subsidiaries is heavily benefiting from the success of the game. Okay, but that's way more nuanced than saying, oh man, Game of the Year nominations, there's 2 Microsoft titles and 2 Sony titles. Like, if Deathloop would have launched on time, prior to the contract signing, exclusive to Sony, for, I don't know, 6 months to a year, no one would have said that sentence. Nobody, except for maybe Mo. Like, oh man, we got another Microsoft title up there in the running. What are you talking about? That game was developed before the acquisition. It landed on Sony exclusively first. What do you mean? That's not a Microsoft title. They own it, but it's not a Microsoft title. They didn't fund the development of it. They didn't publish it. Sony helped fund the publishing. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not disputing the technical accuracy of the statement, but it's a Microsoft title. Technically accurate. The intention and how he stated it, I think completely inaccurate. You can say something that's technically accurate and is misleading. I think it's misleading to tell people, oh no, that's a Microsoft title. Yeah, look at that. And it's like, I can't even install it on my Xbox. How is that a Microsoft title? It's not an accurate representation of what you're attempting to portray. You're attempting to portray it as like Microsoft's got a title up on there in Game of the Year, and it doesn't. Technically accurate, presented in a way that I don't think is on the nose. I think it's a misleading statement to make. Wheezy is so annoyed. Oh. Oh man. I stand with Mo, that's right. You can play the game PC-wise on a Microsoft platform. PC is not a Microsoft platform, no. PC is a place where you can engage with the Microsoft ecosystem. And Deathloop is not in the Microsoft ecosystem right now. PC is not a Microsoft platform. No. You can engage with the Microsoft ecosystem on PC, but PC is not a Microsoft platform. You got Steam, you got Epic, you got all these ecosystems on PC. So is PC an Epic platform? Is PC a Steam platform? No one talks like this. Nobody talks like this. Microsoft's not getting a dime if you're giving money to Steam right now for a game. Well, it's on their platform. No, it's not. You're running their operating system, but like, they don't get a cut of your dollars spent in Steam. They're not getting any money. They're using Microsoft. The category blurring is just, I don't even know what to say to it. The category blurring is crazy to me. It's crazy to me. The only place to play games is using a Microsoft product. Linux doesn't do games and Mac doesn't either. You can play plenty of games on Linux. What are you talking about? Eugene's like, new people coming in. New people coming in. The Steam Deck is Linux based. Yeah, I don't understand where you're coming from. I only agree with Mo on the point that Microsoft is generating income from the sales on Deathloop on PS5. We don't know if that's true or not. You can assume that it's true, but without seeing the contract stipulations, we don't know if that's accurate or not. We don't. Like, in the grand scheme, sure, the profitability of Arcane affects Microsoft, but like that deal was struck beforehand. None of that matters. The context of the conversation is who gets credit for making it. That's exactly right. When you're thinking of game awards, Game of the Year awards, you're not thinking about who owns the property. You're thinking about who made it, who funded it. Like, PlayStation Studios saw Housemarque and said, this is a great idea, and they funded Returnal. Okay? If Returnal launches, amazing, successful, awesome. And if 6 months later, Microsoft buys Housemarque somehow, no one would be like, oh, Returnal's a Microsoft game. What are you talking about? They didn't pay for it. They didn't back the project. They didn't fund it. They didn't help that thing come into existence. They just own the property now. It's not... What do you mean? Again, technically accurate to say Returnal is a Microsoft title and the funds it generates goes to Housemarque, which in effect goes to Microsoft. Technically accurate, but come on. A complete misrepresentation of what Returnal is. It's a PlayStation game. If I bought a PS5 for Returnal, does it matter who owns the dev? I'm not splitting hairs because I care about Sony over Microsoft. I'm pushing back on like a scorekeeping thing that to me is a misrepresentation of the game's origin and development. That is what we recognize when we recognize Game of the Year. We're not recognizing the parent company that owns the developer. We're recognizing the game's development and how well it did at launch, which at the current juncture has nothing to do with Microsoft. So to say, oh, it's awesome to see two Microsoft titles up there for Game of the Year, that statement is just so, it's disingenuous. It's not even accurate. It's an Arcane game, Arcane development, published and bought and paid for in part by Sony. So it's like, it's such a misrepresentation to be like, yeah, great to see another Microsoft title up there. What are you talking about? Microsoft owns the parent company. It's not their game. They didn't pay for it. They didn't back the project. For frick's sake, you can't even play the game on Microsoft right now. Legally, most people playing games on Linux could be sued because they are using unsupported software to run the game. There are a handful of titles that support Linux fully. The Steam Deck is going to be interesting. I'm interested in how they are running the games. Who paid for the game initially? I think Sony I think Sony is the publisher of Deathloop. Isn't it? I think they're. I don't know if they're the full publisher. Sometimes it's like a half and half thing, right? Deathloop. Publisher. Bethesda Softworks published it and paid for it. Bethesda Softworks. And then Sony likely paid for the timed exclusivity. They paid a fee for that. That contract was signed ahead of time. So Bethesda Softworks, which is not Bethesda Softworks publishes the game and then also probably received monies for the exclusivity. So the exclusivity monies are probably still going to Bethesda Softworks. Isn't Bethesda Softworks separate from Bethesda? Or does Microsoft own that as well? Do they own the publishing company? Or do they just own Bethesda? Like, they're separate entities. Did they buy the whole kit and caboodle? Or do they just buy Bethesda? They own it all? This says the parent organization for Bethesda Softworks is ZeniMax. They bought it all. $7 billion buys all of it? Okay, so they got it all. They got ZeniMax, they got Bethesda, they got Bethesda Softworks. All of it. Okay, so they actually, the actual purchase was for ZeniMax. ZeniMax was the parent company. Okay. All the headlines said Bethesda because that's more recognizable, but the truth of the matter is they bought ZeniMax, and ZeniMax was the parent company of all of those Bethesda subsidiaries, like the Softworks, Bethesda Game Studios. Right. Oh, and ZeniMax has ID Software, which is why Doom's thrown in. That makes sense. Okay. Cool. Now that makes sense. Yeah, ZeniMax is classified as the parent organization. That's what I'm reading here. So So you are technically accurate in saying it's a Microsoft title. I think it's disingenuous and misrepresentative to say if Deathloop's up there nominated for Game of the Year, that's a notch in Microsoft's belt. Yeah, another Microsoft title up there. You can't even play it on a Microsoft platform right now. It's like the acquisition doesn't retroactively make that a Microsoft title in the Game of the Year idea. Technically accurate, but positionally stating it in that way is so misrepresentative. It would be like saying, oh man, another great Netflix series, Seinfeld. Man, what a great series. Seinfeld, man. Netflix has just got so many... It's not a Netflix show. They just acquired it. They just acquired it. We know that's an NBC original. In an award ceremony, you wouldn't say, coming in for one of the most lauded and praised sitcoms ever is the Netflix series Seinfeld. Nobody would say that unless Netflix paid them to phrase it in that way. No one would say that because they'd be like, that's not a Netflix series. What are you talking about? Netflix didn't even exist when that came out. Huh? Bethesda Softworks is different from ZeniMax and will continue to work separate. If Bethesda Softworks is not owned by Microsoft, then this discussion just got very interesting, because Bethesda Softworks is the publisher of Deathloop, meaning all that money is going to them first. If Bethesda Softworks is independently operating and is not owned by Microsoft, where are you getting that information? Because this tells me Bethesda Softworks, the parent organization is ZeniMax, and if Microsoft bought ZeniMax, then they get Bethesda Softworks. Yeah, I mean, it's telling me Bethesda Softworks is owned by ZeniMax. Microsoft has finalized a $7.5 billion deal to acquire ZeniMax Media, the parent company of Doom and Fallout studio Bethesda Softworks. Yeah, Microsoft got them. It's all theirs. It's all theirs. Yeah, you're not correct, Chris. That would have been a good point in our corner, but no. They got purchased. Same as the rest. Same as the rest. So you can technically claim that to the cows come home. I got no problem with somebody being like, well, yeah, that's a Microsoft property now. Microsoft now owns that property. But I just think it's a misrepresentation and it's disingenuous to be like, oh no, it's a Microsoft game up there for Game of the Year. Come on. No, it's not. We got to do this. The Splitgate 100 million. I haven't done it yet. We gotta do the Splitgate 100 million, and then we gotta go play. Deathloop. Okay. When am I gonna do this? Let's do this at 4:01. Splitgate. A bad article source that you got that from? Okay. This is an SNTR update, talking about Splitgate getting $100 million raised to keep the game going, but I'm a little worried they're losing focus, and I'll tell you why. If you like these short update videos, hit subscribe and the bell button, as well as the like button. Game Rant reported on this. 1047 Games announced from the official Splitgate Twitter account that it just surpassed its third round of funding and raised $100 million. The company explained that it will use the money to continue working on Splitgate and bring life to other, quote, stale genres that are otherwise dormant. And that's part of where my concern lies. But first, I want to talk about why is this good news? If you haven't played Splitgate, you should check it out. The history of the game has been a little bit rough. It launched on PC, and after about a year, not anybody was really paying attention to it. And then the beta hit consoles and became so popular, it crashed their servers. They spent about a week to 2 weeks trying to get everything ready for the official launch, and then delayed it. And right now, the delay is indefinite. The good news about this is that obviously somebody sees the promise in both arena shooters, because they seem to be on a bit of a comeback, but also they see a promise in Splitgate and its future and its potential. I still think there is something very special about Splitgate, what it offers, and how it plays. They just really need to polish virtually everything that isn't inside the gameplay loop. The UI, the servers, even some of the modes I think need a little bit of love. And funding will ensure that this can happen, both in the short term as well as the long term, if they want this game to be ongoing. But I don't want them to lose focus, okay? Devs can lose focus. They start to thinking about other things and other projects, and just the mention of them bringing life to other stale genres, it has me a little concerned. You guys have a game that's barely held together in some respects. Don't start talking about other projects and other ideas right now. Did they raise $100 million because of these other projects? Maybe they've done research and development about other sales genres. Maybe they have other ideas and pitches. Is that what the money is for? Or is the money purely for the future of Splitgate? When devs divide their focus, it can cause harm to the main idea and the main identity of what they're trying to build. So for the time being, I just want them to focus only on Splitgate. You haven't even launched this game, and they really need to consider a big giant elephant in the room, and that elephant is Halo. Consider Halo. They continue to have to consider the late year launch of Halo Infinite as something that they would like to get out in front of as quickly and as solidly as possible. I don't want them to rush, okay? You want to have a stable, good launch, but you do not want to be the follow-up act to Halo Infinite. The games, I believe, can coexist, but in my mind, the best scenario for one where Splitgate is successful is where they get out ahead. They build some momentum, and then they can survive the undeniable Halo exodus. When Halo Infinite launches, a lot of people will walk away from Splitgate, at least for a time. I imagine a lot of those players will say, I think Splitgate's better. It's a little bit faster, a little bit more fun, a little bit more less serious. And then there'll be people that say, I don't want to go back to Splitgate. This is what I've been waiting for. They're in a much better position to not be under the shadow of Halo Infinite, but to get out in front of its launch. It'll be interesting to see how they manage player expectations, updates, and the official launch date, given all the moving parts. And I actually really hope this game can thrive. I think it's fun. I think it's unique. I think it deserves it. I think they've done a very, very good job with all of the stress and the pain of growth that came a little too quickly. That sweet embrace of hundreds of thousands of people trying to play your game. If you haven't checked out Splitgate, check it out and continue to keep it here at SNTR Updates for news, updates, and opinions about video games. Hit that like, subscribe button, the bell button, and I'll see you in the next one. There you go. Did Lono just call Papa Halo fat? Papa Halo is just big bone. Papa Halo is you are dancing with a rhino if you're gonna try and dance with Papa Halo. They are a stout and potentially threatening release. You know what I'm saying? All right, 1 second. Give me 1 second. If you're enjoying today's stream, be sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell button so you don't miss the next one, and give that like button a smash. Okay. Okay. Did we set it up to... Okay, yeah, we set it up. All right, let's get this ready to go. Don't know how they don't get in trouble for Splitgate. It's a blatant rip-off of 2 games. Because unless Portal patented the portals, you can't claim that. And the other dilemma that you're going to run into is like an arena shooter. Like Halo wasn't the first. The first arena shooter would be what would it be? Doom. It would be Doom. You know? And Portal's concept, I don't know. Portal's concept may have been in something before. I'm trying to remember if there was anything. Name 4000. He's being hyperbolic to drive a point, to try to claim that like Halo is like the only arena shooter that they could have been borrowing from. Doom 2, Quake 2, Quake 3, Unreal Tournament. These are all arena shooters that influenced Halo. You ever looked at the vehicles in some of the early Unreal Tournaments? You ever look at the guns and some of the map designs? So much of that influenced Halo. And then, conversely, Halo started influencing other arena shooters. Like back, it's a bit of a ping pong match. It's like a ping pong match with an egg, right? Like chicken and the egg ping pong match. Like it's the egg's getting bounced back and forth, and we don't truly know like where it came from. You know, you can trace the origin, but you can't give one game credit. Right? I think that's the issue. All right. I'm going to ask you guys to do something for me. There's 260 people here right now. And if you like the talk show in the morning, we need the afternoon gaming sessions to get a little bit more love, whether it's the premiere on Presents or the gameplay that we're about to do of Deathloop, okay? Now I have Viz Live at the same time. Monetization on one is messed up. The title of the other... yeah, they're doing all kind of stuff, Creature. That's why these numbers don't even bother me. Like, they're going to, whatever they're doing, they're going to have to stop doing it because, like, we have no idea what's going on. So I need you to click the link in chat or live, like, ride the redirect and come with us and hang out for 20 or 30 minutes of Deathloop. I understand if you don't want spoilers, you know, come hang out for 15 minutes, 20 minutes or whatever. Just keep the volume low or something. That is a huge help. So if you like this talk show in the morning, you need to come with us when we switch to gameplay, okay? When we watch gameplay in the afternoons and we premiered on SNTR Presents, do your best to tune in for those, you know? 20, 30 minutes. They're real short. It's a sample of a new game. Today over on Presents, we're featuring Honey, I Joined a Cult. Hilarious little game. And so make sure you are there for that, all right? Click the link in chat or ride the redirect or go back and refresh SNTR Gaming. It'll be the featured video, all right? And come hang out for some gameplay. We don't want to cut the talk show short, but we got a lot of big games and a lot of gameplay on the horizon, and we need the support for it in the afternoon, all right? I'll see you guys over there.